Chapter 1922. This black fire can transform. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he shook his head. The silver-white water qi still had a strange aura. It did not belong to any path. The silver-white water qi did not seem to be any different from the black fire. Shenshong was still going crazy under it. The two immemorial year beasts were also howling in pain. Fang Yuan shot daybreak flying swords again, but found that the power of daybreak flying swords was actually strengthening the silver-white water qi, causing the latter to grow in size. Under his bewilderment, Fang Yuan immediately changed his attack style and used wind blades to rush forward. The silver-white water qi was weakened again, but the weakening was still very small. After attacking for a while, the silver-white water qi turned into 3 whirlwinds that enveloped Shenshong and the 2 immemorial year beasts. Fang Yuan's wind blades shot into the whirlwinds and started to strengthen them again. Fang Yuan stopped after a while. He wisely started to change his methods. If it were other GU immortals, they would have given up already, but Fang Yuan was different. He cultivated all paths. He had an astonishing number of immortal GU, he had many attainment levels in different paths, he could easily switch between them. The strange black fire continued to change under Fang Yuan's attacks, becoming smaller and smaller. The 2 immemorial year beasts were the first to die. Fang Yuan soon only had Shenshong as his target. Wait. Fang Yuan, I have a huge gift for you. Shenshong could not watch it anymore, he shouted. What made him overjoyed was that Fang Yuan actually stopped. Fang Yuan looked at Shenshong with a smile. Shen clan friend, you want me to let your ancestor go? After all, this is a demonic immortal. Paradise Earth immortal Venerable had personally suppressed him back then. You have seen his current state, he is insane like a beast, his mind is not clear, it is the same as described on the merit obelisk. You still want to save him? Shenshong was silent. He took a deep look at Shenshong, who was trapped in the light pillar, and made up his mind. I believe this madness is only temporary. Wouldn't it be too much of a coincidence if ancestor Shenshong fell into madness when I rescued him? What kind of price can you pay? Fang Yuan asked. What do you think of this? Shenshong took out an immortal material. This is a bag. The bag wasn't big, and it seemed like it could only fit an adult man's fist. However, the surface of the bag was covered with veined patterns. These veined patterns looked like gems, but also like blue vortexes. If one looked closely, one would notice that these sapphire-like vortexes were constantly rotating. But when people came back to their senses, these lines were still lines, as if what they had just seen was just an illusion. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly and chuckled, so it's the stomach pouch of the sapphire raccoon. The treasure blue raccoon was an immemorial desolate beast. It often traveled between the eastern sea and the immemorial blue sky. Now, the immemorial blue sky had long since shattered, and the treasure blue fox was also extinct. In history, the GU immortal who killed the most treasure blue raccoons was Old Immortal Kongju. Old Immortal Kongju was one of the 3 refinement path supreme grandmasters, comparable to long hair ancestor. The treasure blue raccoon that he coveted and acknowledged was naturally extraordinary. Not to mention anything else, just this stomach pouch was half an immortal aperture. It contained space path Dao marks and water path Dao marks. There was a universe inside that could store countless treasures. If a GU immortal obtained it, they could fuse it into their immortal aperture and increase the space inside their grotto heaven. Precisely because of this characteristic, the treasure blue raccoon had always been hunted by GU immortals. Thus, it was not strange that the treasure blue raccoon went extinct. The stomach pouch of the treasure blue raccoon could be said to be its most valuable item. Moreover, with the current situation where the treasure blue raccoon was extinct, the value of this stomach pouch would rise by several times. Simply put, this was an extremely rare and valuable treasure. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and directly took this stomach pouch from Shenshong's hand. The stomach pouch was light and had a very smooth surface. Fang Yuan inspected it and did not find any tampering. He openly placed the stomach pouch into his immortal aperture in front of Shenshong. Next, he smiled. What else is there? Shenshong breathed in deeply and took out a long black rod with great difficulty. And this, catch it. He tossed the black rod to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan caught it. This rod was very heavy, but he had many strength path Dao marks on him. It was easy. He was not like Shen Tsongsheng, who was a pure sound path Gu immortal. This black rod was taller than Fang Yuan by a head, it was as thick as a goose egg and had a rough surface, it was not light and seemed like a crudely made metal weapon. However, Fang Yuan could sense an intense aura of life from it. This was an immemorial desolate plant, but it had no roots or leaves, it only had a single tree trunk. At the top of the tree trunk, there were star marks, some had 5 corners while others had 2, they were closely arranged and emitted faint starlight. Falling star rod tree, Fang Yuan said. Shen Tsongsheng nodded, praising, Fang Yuan, your knowledge is truly admirable. This tree's growth conditions were still a mystery, it was extremely rare since ancient times, there were very few of them. It had a unique innate skill that allowed it to continuously attract stars into the tree trunk and turn them into star patterns. That was why it was called falling star. According to rumors, one of the reasons why Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable traveled the world alone was to collect this tree. The value of the falling star rod tree was not just in itself. When Gu immortals planted it in their immortal aperture, they could use it to create a system of stars. This was a unique ecosystem, the benefits it brought would increase every year, over time, the total amount of benefits would be inestimable. Like the treasure blue fox's stomach, Fang Yuan placed the falling star rod tree into his immortal aperture again. His expression was so natural that Shen Tsongsheng almost had an illusion, it was as if this rare immemorial desolate plant belonged to Fang Yuan to begin with. What else? Fang Yuan smiled, these alone are not enough to exchange for a rank 8 great expert. Shen Tsongsheng gritted his teeth, saying with a pained expression, I believe this immortal material is enough to satisfy you. This time, he took out a lump of water. The water was bound into a lump, it continued to create waves. The waves were not only on the surface of the water, even the inside of the water was surging endlessly. Even though there were countless waves, there was no chaos. The waves advanced and retreated in unison, they advanced at one moment and retreated at the next, they advanced and retreated in an orderly fashion. Fang Yuan saw this and his eyes shined, saying solemnly, advancing and retreating tidal water. That's right, this was one of the 3 waters of the world, advancing and retreating tidal water. It was a rank 9 immortal material. Just this alone far surpassed the sum of the treasure blue fox's stomach and the falling star rod tree. Not to mention it had many other uses. I have a total of 12 portions of advancing and retreating tidal water, I can give them all to you. Shen Tsongsheng stated his price. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh, Shen clan is indeed worthy of being a superforce of Eastern Sea, your assets are truly impressive. Shen Tsongsheng smiled, thank you for your praise. But at the next moment, Fang Yuan said, but this is not enough. Not enough. Shen Tsongsheng's pupils shrunk, his expression was unsightly. Fang Yuan sneered, activating Daybreak Sword again and again, stabbing Shen Shong. Shen Shong was still roaring crazily. Shen Tsongsheng looked at his ancestor being abused and gritted his teeth. Ancestor has gone crazy, he is not a complete rank 8 Gu immortal, we both know this. But just like what you said earlier, he should still have moments where he does not go crazy, right? Fang Yuan was still sneering. Fang Yuan! Shen Tsongsheng shouted. What? Fang Yuan waved his hand, a large number of daybreak flying swords shot towards Shen Shong. Shen Tsongsheng almost crushed his teeth. All right, what other requests do you have, immortal Gu? I am not so greedy. Fang Yuan shook his head, saying calmly, the immortal materials I want are not the 3 you gave me. Their ranks are too high, I need a large number of rank 7 and rank 6 immortal materials, the more the better, and the larger the scale, the better. Shen Clan is one of the super forces of Eastern Sea, it controls 7 large sea areas and hundreds or thousands of small and medium sea areas, it is likely that there will be 2 rank 8s in the future. You won't reject such a small request, right? Of course. I won't. Shen Tsongsheng's expression was grim. Then what can our Shen Clan get? A crazy rank 8. And he even has a hidden danger. And this danger is something that even the benevolent Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants to eliminate. Shen Tsongsheng was definitely a qualified leader. When it came to the clan's benefits, his rationality was almost cold. Needless to say, Shen Shong's madness caused his value to plummet to rock bottom. Moreover, the terrifying hidden dangers he carried made his value almost drop into the negatives. Shen clan needed rank 8s, the more the better. But they were not rank 8s with no rationality. Without rationality, they could not differentiate between friend and foe. These rank 8s were only a burden, they were the laughingstock of others. They might even cause Shen clan to suffer a calamity because of their reckless slaughter. As for Shen Shong's hidden danger, Shen Tsongsheng was worried about it. He did not have any confidence that he could get rid of this hidden danger. Thus, when he took out these 3 invaluable resources to exchange for Shen Shong, his sincerity was evident. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, pointing at Shen Shong. He is your ancestor, you spent so much effort to save him. Saying so, he paused. Of course, what you can get is not just this. You will also obtain my friendship. Oh! Shen Tsongsheng immediately showed an expression of interest. What do you mean? In the current world, earth veins are constantly moving, the 5 regions are united, it will definitely be a chaotic era. Even though Shen clan is in Eastern Sea, it is not a paradise. Eastern Sea has the most resources, its wealth moves people's hearts. Even when the 5 regional walls existed, GU immortals came here continuously, not to mention in the future. Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance. In this situation, what use is the division of righteous path and demonic path? If Shen clan and I join hands, it will be a strong cooperation. Of course, we can hide this cooperation. Your clan has deep financial resources, while I have more freedom. Central Continent's strength far surpasses the 4 regions. When they attack Eastern Sea in the future, will Shen clan surrender or remain independent? Even if they surrender, will Eastern Sea's superforces surrender? Thus, there will never be a lack of enemies, but allies like me are extremely rare. It is truly a fortuitous encounter for us to meet here. Fighting is harmful to both of us. Helping each other is a win-win situation. Right in front of us is Paradise Earth's true inheritance and Shen Shong, far away is Central Continent's Eastern Sea, the situation of the world. Chapter 1923. Fang Yuan's words made Shen Tsongsheng silent. The sea breeze ruffled his clothes, he floated in the air and fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan stopped using his daybreak sword, letting him think quietly. The future of the 5 regions' chaotic war was already foreseen by all the superforces. Shen clan was a superforce in Eastern Sea, but in this chaotic situation, they were like a boat in a raging sea. Shen Tsongsheng was not muddle-headed. Just like him, any leader with foresight would be thinking about where their own forces should go. This was a huge change. If they were not careful, the waves of the Great Era would drown all those who did not understand the situation. This naturally included superforces. Looking at history, even in peaceful eras, countless superforces had died. Moreover, with the appearance of Venerables in this Great Era, the original order was almost completely overturned. During this period, superforces were continuously destroyed, and the structure of the 5 regions would definitely change beyond recognition. How could they survive in such an era? This was what every GU immortal with foresight was thinking about. Should he cooperate with Fang Yuan? This was the question Shen Tsongsheng was considering now. In terms of qualifications, Fang Yuan was completely qualified to cooperate with Shen clan. In fact, Shen Shong was a little worried that Shen clan did not have the qualifications, because he was not Fang Yuan's match. But if he rescued Shen Shong and resolved his hidden problem, adding on Shen clan's immortal GU house, and cooperating with Fang Yuan, Shen Tsongsheng would have confidence. Shen Tsongsheng knew, Shen clan needed external help like Fang Yuan. It might not be possible during peaceful times, but in the future 5 regions chaotic war, Shen clan was likely to face danger. It was a matter of life and death. At this time, Fang Yuan was unreliable. It would be good if he did not kick them while they were down. Shen Tsongsheng was clear about Fang Yuan's demonic nature. But what if Shen clan had to deal with a superforce of the same level? For example, Xie clan, Cai clan, Hua clan, Tang clan, and even Song clan. The Shen family was located in the hinterland of the East Sea and was surrounded by behemoths. It was as if they were surrounded. If they didn't find a direction to break out of, if they didn't grow, they would probably become food for others during the Five Regions' chaotic war. Under such circumstances, if the Shun family was able to pay a large amount of resources in exchange for a powerful helper like Fang Yuan, what was wrong with that? Fang Yuan had a rank 8 immortal GU house and many venerable inheritances. He could trample on Celestial Court time and time again. Not only was the Shun family in need of such a powerful force, but it was also what every superpower needed. If they didn't rope in Fang Yuan now, what would they do when the surrounding forces joined them in the future? In the current situation, Celestial Court wanted to repair Fate GU, while Fang Yuan wanted to deal with Celestial Court. He needed a large number of low-rank immortal materials. This was the best chance to rope him in. Just like what Fang Yuan had said, this was an opportunity for the Shun family and himself. Both sides had their own needs. Of course, there were still many concerns. Cooperating with a demon like Fang Yuan had too many risks. For example, if he cheated in the future, he would be free. Even Celestial Court could not do anything to him. What could the Shun family do to him? Moreover, they could not establish an information path alliance here. Both sides lacked trust. But in fact, even if there was an alliance agreement, could it not be broken? What if Fang Yuan cheated in the future? As long as both sides cooperated, they would both benefit from it. Why would Fang Yuan cheat? There was definitely a risk, but was there anything in this world that had no risk? The risk was secondary, the benefits were the most important. Shen Tsongsheng was not interested in doing things with high risk and low benefits. But Shen Tsongsheng would never resist doing things with high risk and high benefit. And what Shen Tsongsheng admired the most was not Fang Yuan's battle strength, but the fact that he could share missions with Miaoming Shun and himself. From this, Shen Tsongsheng could see that Fang Yuan was different from ordinary demonic path GU immortals. He had rationality, he had the thoughts of the righteous path. After thinking for a long time, Shen Tsongsheng nodded with a solemn expression. This is an opportunity for both of us. He, alright, why not take a gamble? In the future, we will either advance or fall behind. If Ancestor Shen Shong regains his rationality, I will urge him not to find trouble with you again. These are all the low-rank immortal materials that I can take out now, please accept them. Shen Tsongsheng showed his sincerity again. Fang Yuan stored them all in his immortal aperture. He did not activate Daybreak Sword anymore, he retreated slowly. Alright. Shen, I will go and take away the underwater formation. Even though Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort to take away the underwater formation, he succeeded in the end. Fang Yuan stabbed Shen Shong. Even though the platinum light pillar did not stop him, Daybreak Sword still caused damage to the light pillar and damaged the underwater formation. The underwater formation only had 40% of its original strength left. After Shen Shong broke out of it, there was a huge flaw in it. When Fang Yuan attacked, he saw cracks everywhere. If he continued, before Shen Shong died, the underwater formation would collapse first. Once it collapsed, the immortal GU inside might be implicated. As for which immortal GU would be damaged or destroyed, Fang Yuan could not decide. If Regret GU was destroyed, Fang Yuan's plan would be severely thwarted. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan and Shen Tsongsheng cooperated. The formation was taken away by Fang Yuan, the platinum light pillar dissipated, Shen Shong regained his freedom. Ancestor! Shen Tsongsheng shouted as he retreated. Fang Yuan controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship as he retreated cautiously. Shen Shong was still screaming, he was in a frenzied state, there was no sign of him waking up. Shen Tsongsheng, do you need help? Fang Yuan asked. No need. Shen Tsongsheng stared at Shen Shong, the other party's state made him unable to figure out what to do. Let's wait for Ancestor to wake up on his own. Alright. Fang Yuan said as he moved Myriad Year Flying Warship even further away. Right at this time, Shen Shong suddenly moved, his body shot out like an arrow. Ancestor! Shen Tsongsheng shouted as he chased. Fang Yuan also controlled Myriad Year Flying Warship to chase. But Shen Shong was extremely fast, Myriad Year Flying Warship was only slightly faster. Fang Yuan did not dare to use Myriad Year Flying Warship to block Shen Shong. Using this gap, Shen Shong flew out of Regret Crying Sea area completely. Shen Tsongsheng and Fang Yuan wanted to continue chasing, but they were blocked by an invisible barrier. Damn it! Shen Songsheng's expression was ashen, he almost cursed out loud. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method, he had already experienced it before. It was to prevent foreign GU immortals from roaming around, thus, every mission had a region restriction. This restriction method did not work on Shen Shong, but it obstructed Fang Yuan and Shen Songsheng. The two could only watch as Shen Shong flew away, turning into a tiny black dot in the sky. It seems he is not coming back. Fang Yuan sighed. Shen Songsheng's expression was stiff. After gazing for a long time, he finally recovered his former demeanor. He turned to Fang Yuan and forced a smile. In that case, let's go back first. Fang Yuan consoled, Brother Shen, don't worry too much, although your ancestor escaped, he will not be able to leave Dragon Whale Paradise. If he wakes up, he will definitely think of ways to contact you. If he still goes crazy, that will be even better. The Merit Obelisk will not let him harm living beings. There will definitely be more missions, like this time, to eliminate your ancestor Shen Shong. Fang Yuan's words were reasonable. Shen Songsheng nodded as his expression eased up. Under the Merit Obelisk, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The two groups were clearly separated. One group was Miao Mingshen and the rest, including Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tuor. The other group was Shen Clan Group, with Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua as their subordinates. I wonder what is the situation in Regret Crying Sea. That's right, the other party is Fang Yuan. This demon has defeated Celestial Court time and time again, he is truly terrifying. My clan has 2 rank 8 GU immortals who can help each other. Especially with ancestor Shen Shong, Fang Yuan has nothing to fear. Don't forget, the reason why Fang Yuan could defeat Celestial Court was because he was in the River of Time. But our first Supreme Elder is also restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, he cannot fight against Fang Yuan. Sigh, Shen Clan's GU immortals discussed softly, while Miao Mingshen's group remained silent. They wanted to teleport back and see the progress of the battle, but they were afraid that the moment they teleported back, they would be implicated by the terrifying shockwaves and die without a trace. No one was willing to take the risk, they were all anxiously waiting for the results of the battle. 2 white lights flashed, Fang Yuan and Shen Songsheng appeared. We are back. Why don't I see ancestor Shen Shong? Fang Yuan is still alive, oh no. The immortals' hearts shook, their expressions changed. Hey, Fang Yuan, thank you for your information, it saved me a lot of trouble. Shen Songsheng sighed. Fang Yuan smiled as he waved his hand, this is my sincerity. I said it before, if we work together, it will be a win-win situation. The immortals were shocked again, they were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? The two of you were fighting earlier, why did you suddenly reconcile? What happened? Where is ancestor Shen Shong? The GU immortals were shocked. Shen Songsheng laughed loudly. I have already reached an agreement with Fang Yuan, we will work together for now. Take out all of your immortal materials. What? Shen Clan's GU immortals were stunned. Shen Songsheng nodded, emphasizing, this is the agreement I made, hand over all of your rank 6 and 7 immortal materials to him. First Supreme Elder, this. The immortals looked at each other. Shen Songsheng's expression turned solemn as he said, this is an order. Shen Clan's GU immortals were speechless. What was going on? My dear First Supreme Elder, what in the world are you thinking? They were suspecting that the First Supreme Elder in front of them was controlled by Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's GU immortals dilly-dallied, but they finally took out their immortal materials and handed them to Fang Yuan on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled as he accepted them one by one. He knew that these Shen Clan GU immortals would not hand over all of their immortal materials, but it did not matter, Fang Yuan's GU refinement deficit was more than half filled. After the Shen Clan GU immortals handed over the immortal materials, Shen Songsheng looked at Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. We want them too. Ren Xiaoping could not believe it, his expression was dark. Shen Songsheng's gaze was cold as he nodded, Shen Clan will definitely repay you. Ren Xiaoping almost cursed out loud. Your Shen Clan agreed to cooperate with Fang Yuan, what does that have to do with me? I am relying on you, but you are doing this to me. What the hell? Shen Tsongsheng saw Ren Xiuping's hesitation and smiled. Do you not believe me? Even if you do not believe me, my Shen clan's reputation is not worth your trust. Lord, don't blame me, of course I believe you. I just did not react in time. Ren Xiuping laughed heartily, enduring the pain as he handed over most of the immortal materials to Fang Yuan. Chapter 1924. Seeing that Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua were not spared, they had to give their immortal materials to Fang Yuan. Miao Mingshen and the rest became nervous. If Fang Yuan extorted them, what would they do? Reject him? I'm afraid it won't work. Miao Mingshen and the rest could not stay in this dragon whale paradise forever. They still had to cultivate in Eastern Sea. Even though it was unreasonable for Fang Yuan to demand immortal materials from them, it was basically extortion. For the sake of the future, Miao Mingshen and the rest would still lower their heads. In this world, strength came first before reason. Right when Miao Mingshen and the rest were mentally prepared, Fang Yuan did not look at them. He turned around and looked at the merit obelisk. Shen Tsongsheng also seemed to have forgotten about Miao Mingshen's group. Only Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua looked at Miao Mingshen's group. The former had hatred in his eyes while the latter had complex emotions. Fang Yuan looked at the merit obelisk surface. Undeniably, the mission to eliminate demonic immortal Shen Shong that he had accepted earlier had completely failed. On the merit obelisk, this mission had disappeared. Not just that, Fang Yuan found that his merit points had been deducted by a large amount. The others were not spared either, they all had their merit points deducted. First Supreme Elder, your merit points. Shen Clan's GU immortals cried out in shock. Shen Tsongsheng's expression was dark and solemn. His merit points were the most heavily deducted, much more than Fang Yuan's. Even though Fang Yuan fell from first to last, his merit points were still in single digits. Shen Tsongsheng's merit points, however, were in the negatives. This situation made Fang Yuan very surprised. After all, in the previous life, such a strange phenomenon did not occur. Brother Shen, it seems that because you destroyed the underwater formation and released Shen Shong, the merit obelisk punished you severely. As for me, I slacked off and even took away the underwater array, so my merit was severely deducted, Fang Yuan analyzed. At this time, Shen Tsongsheng's expression changed slightly, and a hint of anxiety appeared on his face. I just received a message from the merit monument. I have to return my merit to above 0 within 10 days. Otherwise, I'll be kicked out of the dragon whale paradise, and won't have the qualifications to enter again. But Fang Yuan's heart moved. He had wisdom path attainment. He immediately analyzed the information behind these words. Looks like the dragon whale paradise can still be explored many times. Will we ever have a chance to come in again? But how do I get in? The biggest problem was finding the location of the dragon whale paradise in time. Fang Yuan glanced at Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen can sense the blue dragon whale's location. Is this the qualification and opportunity that I have? Before this, Fang Yuan had already made some deductions. Miao Mingshen's method to sense the blue dragon whale was very mystical. Fang Yuan could not see anything wrong with it. After all, Fang Yuan had broad horizons, he cultivated many paths and had high attainment levels in many paths, while Miao Mingshen cultivated space path, his sensing method was different. This was very strange. Because it was too strange, Fang Yuan had to be cautious. He did not interrogate Miao Mingshen about this sensing method. But now, all the clues showed that this sensing method was not his own ability. It came from the dragon whale paradise itself, from the merit obelisk. Shen Tsongsheng looked at his merit points as he frowned. The numbers were too glaring. He walked towards the merit obelisk first. Fang Yuan, my time is limited, I won't talk to you anymore. Fang Yuan nodded. Brother Shen, please go ahead. If you need help, leave an information path GU worm under the obelisk, I will help you with all my strength. The immortals behind him had strange expressions as they saw the two getting along so well. Shen Tsongsheng was the leader of the righteous path, while Fang Yuan was the publicly recognized demon of the 5 regions. Was it really okay for the two of them to have such a good relationship and be so open and aboveboard? Shen Tsongsheng heard Fang Yuan's words and smiled at him. He believed in Fang Yuan's sincerity, But he also believed that the price to ask for Fang Yuan's help would be very high. Thus, if he could resolve this crisis himself, he would rather resolve it himself. Shen Tsongsheng quickly took a mid-sized mission and vanished. For Shen Tsongsheng, this scale of mission was the most efficient way to gain merit points. Fang Yuan was the second to approach the merit obelisk. He chose a large-scale mission. A large-scale immortal GU recycling mission. At the next moment, he found a new mission on the merit obelisk. This mission required him to recycle the immortal GU. It was the batch he had obtained from dismantling the underwater formation. Fang Yuan looked at the mission details. This mission was very rich. It listed the price of each immortal GU in detail. Fang Yuan counted the quantity. It was exactly the same as what he had obtained. Next, he looked at it carefully and found that this mission was simply made for him by the merit obelisk. Honestly speaking, when Fang Yuan dismantled the formation and plundered it, he had not looked at the immortal GU he obtained. Now that he looked at the mission details, it was much easier and more accurate than if he had thought about it himself. Fang Yuan learned from this that among the immortal GU he obtained this time, there were 3 rank 8 immortal GU, most rank 7 immortal GU were rank 6 immortal GU, followed by rank 6 immortal GU. The price of each immortal GU was very high. Even the lowest rank 6 immortal GU was worth more than 10,000 merit points. The immortals behind him gasped in shock. They also saw the mission on the merit obelisk. At once, the immortals had all sorts of expressions. Some were filled with envy and jealousy. They could not conceal their benefits. According to this exchange, Fang Yuan only needed to hand over 1 rank 6 immortal GU and he would obtain more than 10,000 merit points. This huge amount of merit points was far more than what Fang Yuan had accumulated in the past. All right. They had used their strength to control the refinement path supplementary formation earlier. After the battle started, they had to dodge the shockwaves, expending a lot of immortal essence and feeling fearful. This mission to exterminate the demonic immortal failed. They did not gain anything at all. But look at Fang Yuan. His gains were a large number of immortal GU. If he exchanged them for merit points, the value would be unimaginable. There would be no harm without comparison. The immortals felt stifled in their hearts. They were indignant and even resentful, but they did not dare to be impudent in front of this demon, Fang Yuan. Miao Mingshen and the rest were still fine, but Shen Clan's GU immortals, Ren Xiuping, and Tong Hua felt like they were wronged. You only lost some immortal essence. What about us? We even handed over most of our immortal materials. What the hell was this? There were no gains and we had to pay for it. This was a terrible experience. Fang Yuan did not want to hand over a single immortal GU. Immortal GU were unique. There would be no other opportunities like this. If he wanted merit points, he could continue earning them. Why was there a need to give up precious immortal GU for instant benefits? These immortal GU were mostly Earth Path. For ordinary GU immortals, they did not fit their path. They needed resources to raise them. They would naturally want to give them away. But Fang Yuan was different. Chapter 1925. Fang Yuan already had a grand plan to build 3 immortal GU houses. Right now, he had already built myriad-year flying warship and cooking luck pot. Only the final immortal GU house was left. Even though he obtained immortal GU houses like Divine Bin Palace and Dragon Palace during this process. But these immortal GU houses were placed in the hands of the clone. They were crucial to Fang Yuan's plans. They were either used to suppress the situation or to change the overall situation. And most importantly, Divine Bin Palace and Dragon Palace were not suitable for Fang Yuan's plans. In Fang Yuan's original plan, he needed an immortal GU house to focus on defense. Myriad-year flying warship specialized in speed. It made up for Fang Yuan's weakness in movement. It also took care of the strategic location of the River of Time. Cooking luck pot was supplementary. Qin Ding Ling had yet to be born when he designed it. Fang Yuan wanted to use it to bully the weak celestial court and expand his advantage. As for the third immortal GU house, Fang Yuan used it for defense and healing. The battle to repair fate was extremely intense. It would be hard to find time to rest after the battle. Fang Yuan needed an immortal Jiyu house that could defend effectively on the battlefield and give him precious time to rest when necessary. This immortal Jiyu house could even defend against Venerables to a certain extent. Earth Path is thick, it is good for defense. I will use these Earth Path immortal Jiyu to build the third immortal Jiyu house, it is perfect. Fang Yuan thought about it and made up his mind. Fang Yuan did not know that Wu Shuai's clone already had the method to build an Earth Path immortal Jiyu house through the Dream Realm exploration. This immortal Jiyu house was called Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. It was suitable for his current needs. It was just that even though Fang Yuan and the clone had the same attainment level, they needed to communicate their memories to learn from each other. Eventually, Fang Yuan received a large-scale mission to combine two sea areas. Who wants to come with me? Fang Yuan was not in a hurry, he turned around and asked. The immortals looked at each other. Me. Miao Ming-shun was the first to react, he walked forward. Gui Qi and the others who were behind him naturally followed suit. What about you? Fang Yuan asked the Shun Clan Jiyu immortals. Shun Clan's Jiyu immortals were stunned. They had fallen out with Fang Yuan before, so it was hard for them to change their mindset in such a short time. Shun Clan's Jiyu immortals were not like Miao Ming-shun's group, the latter had tasted the benefits of working with Fang Yuan. However, their first mission with Fang Yuan had already gone wrong. Shun Xiao shook his head. Thank you for your kind intentions, sir. Let's take a look first. Shun Xiao tactfully rejected Fang Yuan. The other Shun Clan Jiyu immortals did not object to this. Fang Yuan didn't mind. He smiled at the other two and said, Fellow Daoist Ren Xiuping? Immortal friend Tong Hua? What do you think? Ren Xiuping's face was gloomy. He didn't say anything and just shook his head. Tong Hua, on the other hand, seemed to be startled and had no intention of moving. Regarding their attitude, Fang Yuan had expected it. After all, he had just taken their immortal material inventory. From this, Shun Tsongsheng's methods could be seen. Shun Tsongsheng ordered Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua to hand over their immortal materials to Fang Yuan. It seemed like he was making their relationship awkward, but the truth was that these two had no choice but to rely on Shun Clan. After all, they were still hoping that after leaving Dragon Whale Paradise, Shun Clan would fulfill their agreement and compensate for their loss of immortal materials. At the same time, this was also a method for Shun Tsongsheng to teach Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua a lesson. He wanted to make them understand who was the master and who was the subordinate. In Dragon Whale Paradise, you need to listen to my Shun Clan, you need to listen even more after leaving. Since you boarded my Shun Clan's boat, you want to leave? Hehe, it won't be so easy. Fang Yuan naturally knew about Shun Tsongsheng's scheme, but he did not expose it. It did not matter if Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua were taken by Shun Tsongsheng, they were not Fang Yuan's core benefits. The 5 regional walls were still around, but the super forces were already gathering and accumulating strength. Fang Clan took in Old Ghost by Jun and Eagle Concubine. What was wrong with Shun Clan taking in Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua? Longevity Heaven was even more overbearing. It directly unified Northern Plains Jiyu Immortal World, using Huang Jin super forces as the main theme. It wanted to take in all the Northern Plains lone cultivators and demonic immortals. As for Central Continent, they had already done this. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were the lower echelons of the Celestial Court. They had firm control over Central Continent. Even some Jiyu immortals and super forces were basically subordinate to the 10 great ancient sects. They were controlled and supervised by them. Eventually, Fang Yuan brought Miao Ming-shun and the rest to the mission location. He floated in the sky and looked down. The immortals saw 2 sea areas, one blue and one green. The blue sea was tall while the green sea was low. Large amounts of seawater flowed down from the blue sea into the green sea. The 2 seawater did not mix. At the place where the sea areas intersected, the blue and green seawater collided with each other, creating a sizzling sound. A vast amount of clouds and mist rose endlessly. At the place where the 2 sea areas intersected, there were no fish or insects. Life was rare, it was almost a forbidden land. Evidently, there was a huge problem with the ecology. Fang Yuan sighed. It is not easy to unite the 2 sea areas, we need to consider all aspects. We can explore and gather information on our own. After that, we can discuss and come up with a plan. Miao Mingshun nodded. That makes sense. Fang Yuan looked at Miao Mingshun and smiled at him. Even though his identity was exposed, Miao Mingshun actually cooperated with him. He was able to quickly change his attitude and continue to follow Fang Yuan from a lower position. This showed his magnanimity. The immortals split up and flew around, investigating on their own. Only Fang Yuan stayed on the spot. He used investigative methods while splitting a portion of his consciousness into the sovereign immortal aperture. His greatest gain this time was Regret Gu. In the previous life, he followed Regret Pool's plan and used Regret Gu as the core to construct the refinement path formation. This time, it was not so troublesome. Fang Yuan annexed the whole of Lang Ya Blessed Land. He had the outstanding long hair refinement path formation. What he needed to do now was to add Regret Gu into this formation. The formation needed to be adjusted, but Fang Yuan had already deduced it in advance. Right now, he only needed to stay here and place Regret Gu in the empty core position. Lord, Fang Yuan is a demon of the present age, aren't we too close to him? While investigating, Gui Qiyi flew to Miao Mingshun's side with a worried expression. Miao Mingshun patted Gui Qiyi's shoulder. Old Gui, you want to ask me why I treat Fang Yuan with such an attitude, almost like I am his subordinate, right? Gui Qiyi smiled embarrassedly. Lord is wise. Miao Mingshun's expression turned solemn as he sighed. I have no choice. This is the first time I entered Dragon Whale Paradise, but an accident occurred. Now that Shun Clan has discovered this place, do you think they will let go of this treasure land and allow us to explore it again in the future? According to the nature of a super clan, of course they will take it for themselves. Gui Qiyi said without hesitation. That's right. Bright light flashed in Miao Mingshun's eyes. If we go out this time, we will definitely be suppressed by Shun Clan and forced to surrender. If we can't, we will be killed. But now, other than submitting to Shun Clan, we have another choice. Lord is referring to Fang Yuan. I understand. Lord is thinking far ahead. I am slow-witted. Gui Qiyi realized at once. As a lone immortal, he knew that Dragon Whale Paradise was a treasure land that Shun Clan would definitely attack in the future. One Ren Xiaoping was a strong enemy, not to mention the super force Shun Clan. Miao Mingshun chose to submit to Fang Yuan because he wanted to use his reputation to protect himself, to preserve his freedom as a lone immortal. In the future, if Shun Clan wanted to deal with him, they would have to consider Fang Yuan's feelings. In the worst case, he would give up on his lone immortal status and submit to Shun Clan or Fang Yuan. This would give him some space to maneuver. Unlike Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua who submitted to Shun Clan so early. Without any external pressure, Shun Clan would be able to completely suppress them. If Shen Tsongsheng asked them to hand over the immortal materials, could they refuse? Would they dare to refuse? When the immortals gathered around Fang Yuan had already placed Regret Gu in place. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the hairy man Gu immortals had already gathered. They were sharpening their blades and had high morale. They were planning to refine it. Fang Yuan's time path clone was organizing the immortal material inventory. He was modifying the immortal Gu recipe according to the current immortal materials. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had to do it himself, but now, with the help of the entire Lang Ya sect, he did not need to interfere. Thus, he saved a lot of time. Chapter 1926. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The long hair refinement path formation buzzed, fire surged into the sky inside the formation. Waves of heat spread everywhere. A rank 6 immortal Gu was bathed in the fire, floating in the air. Its surface was melting like wax. Stabilize. Land Spirit of Langya was in charge of the formation. He called out, open the door, put in the immortal materials. The hairy man Gu immortal in charge of the other formation cause immediately opened the door. Thus, balls of dog poop slowly flew out from the warehouse door. These dog feces were all immortal materials. Some were shining with starlight, like blue diamonds. They were the feces of the starred desolate hound. Some had sharp spikes on the surface. They were the feces of the remnant heavenly hound. Some were white and flawless like white jade. They were the feces of the jade statue white hound. The star-desolate hound was a desolate beast, the remnant heavenly hound and the jade statue white hound were ancient desolate beasts. The dog feces flew into the fire, melting rapidly. Some turned into smoke, some into liquid. The formation activated, the three hairy man GU immortals worked together to deal with these dog feces immortal materials. First, smoke spread, attaching to the surroundings of the rank 6 immortal GU. Next, liquid flowed and gathered into one. Land spirit of Langya took action at the later stage of the GU refinement. It was terrifyingly stable. However, right when it was about to succeed, when the final portion of immortal material was fused, something unexpected happened. The fire changed color, the rank 7 incomplete immortal GU inside quickly crumbled. Land spirit of Langya was shocked, he quickly activated the formation. Regret GU worked, the color of the fire in the formation changed back to normal. Not just that, the rank 7 incomplete immortal GU also returned to normal. All that was lost was that final portion of immortal material. The hairy men quickly stabilized their emotions, continuing to refine GU. After 15 minutes, the fire in the formation dissipated, the rank 6 immortal GU successfully advanced to rank 7. Rank 7, dog feces luck. The hairy man GU immortals were very excited. Land spirit of Langya was also filled with emotions. Their refinement path strength was already unparalleled in the world. Now that they had regret GU, they were like dragons flying in the sky, their advantage was unstoppable. At the same time, in Dragon Whale Paradise, Fang Yuan sat on the clouds, watching Miao Mingshan fly up and down with Feng Jiang and the rest. The ecology of the two seas had more or less been adjusted. The final obstacle was that between the two great sea regions, there was still a shattered space. Miao Mingshan was trying his best to get rid of this void. As long as he could get rid of it, the two sea regions would be able to unite harmoniously. Miao Mingshan was a space path GU immortal. Dealing with this shattered space was his specialty. Fang Yuan and the others were happy to be free. Oh! Dogshit luck immortal GU also succeeded. Good progress. Fang Yuan sensed the movements in the sovereign immortal aperture. While his main body was doing the merit mission, the sovereign immortal aperture had already refined 3 immortal GU. The progress could be said to be very fast. Ordinary GU immortals used years to refine GU, they had to be careful and cautious during the process, the risks were huge. Fang Yuan's current situation was completely different. Land spirit of Langya, hairy man GU immortals, long hair refinement path formation, regret GU, and abundant immortal materials allowed him to refine GU with ease. The 3 immortal GU that were successfully refined were Luck Path. They were obtained by Fang Yuan after he dismantled Cooking Luck Pot. Luck Path was the focus now. The newly refined Dogshit Luck Immortal GU was once Giant Sun Immortal's Vital Immortal GU. It had extremely powerful supplementary abilities. But it had always been at rank 6, it could not be used. Now that it was rank 7, it could finally be used. Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level now, he had higher requirements for Immortal GU, he needed suitable high-rank Immortal GU. Rank 6 was too low, rank 7 was barely enough, rank 8 was the most suitable. But Fang Yuan did not have the resources to refine rank 8 Immortal GU. The investment was too huge, the risk was too high, it was likely that it would all be for naught. After all, he was not cultivating freely, the external environment was very harsh, if he did not stop the Celestial Court from repairing Fate GU, his situation would only worsen. Right now, he could barely use rank 7 Immortal GU. Furthermore, these rank 7 Luck Path Immortal GU needed to be refined into Cooking Luck Pot again. Rank 7 Cooking Luck Pot could also affect rank 8 Immortal GU. Ha! Miao Mingshan suddenly shouted, interrupting Fang Yuan's thoughts. Miao Mingshan spewed out an azure light halo, the light spread out, everywhere it went, the shattered space was smoothed out, the space was unified, there was no longer any difference. Lord has amazing methods. Feng Jiang and the rest praised. At this point, the large-sized mission was officially over. Miao Ming has amazing methods, I cannot compare to you. Fang Yuan did not stint on his praise. He had Spacepath Immortal GU and many Spacepath methods. He even had killer moves of other paths that could imitate the power of Spacepath. But compared to Miao Mingxun, even if Fang Yuan achieved this result, he would have to expend much more than Miao Mingxun. After all, everyone had their own specialties. Miao Mingxun cultivated Spacepath, while Fang Yuan had invested very little in Spacepath. He had little progress. Miao Mingxun quickly cupped his fists. Lord is too kind, Mingxun is ashamed. Fang Yuan exchanged some more pleasantries. The immortals returned to the merit obelisk. In this mission, Fang Yuan took the biggest share again. Miao Mingxun was second. Fang Yuan's merit ranking rose again. He reached the top. Miao Mingxun and the rest were speechless. They saw that Fang Yuan's ranking kept jumping up and down like a monkey. First place and last place were the two positions that this monkey occupied the most. But Fang Yuan's gaze focused. At this point, the other GU Immortals' merit points also started to accumulate. If Fang Yuan's merit points continued to fall, it would not be easy for him to climb back to first place. He continued to accept missions and complete them. Fang Yuan's merit points continued to rise. It was increasing steadily. Miao Mingxun and the rest were relying on him. Fang Yuan used the advantage of cultivating all paths to deal with the main problem, while they cleaned up Fang Yuan's mess. This kind of cooperation allowed Fang Yuan to maintain his position at the top. It was getting firmer and firmer. Miao Mingxun's group also benefited from this. Their merit points gradually surpassed Shen Clan's GU Immortals. They became the second group. And the first group naturally only had Fang Yuan. Shen Tsongsheng did not ask Fang Yuan for help. He completed many mid-sized missions within the time limit and returned to the right track. His luck was quite good. He received 1 or 2 sound path missions. As for other missions, even though he cultivated sound path, he had many methods to imitate the power of other paths. Shen Tsongsheng was a rank 8 after all. His cultivation level and methods were all there. When Shen Tsongsheng's ranking rose to the middle, Fang Yuan's Calamity Luck Altar was assembled again. Rank 7 Calamity Luck Altar. This was a top-grade immortal GU house created by Giant Sun Immortal himself. It could already affect rank 8s. The first thing Fang Yuan did was to check his luck. Boom! He heard a loud explosion. Fang Yuan raised his head and saw a huge pillar of fire clouds. It was burning fiercely as it soared into the sky. It looked like it was going to prop up heaven and earth. His luck was like a huge pillar. It was burning intensely. The flames were blood red. On the surface of the pillar, there were many flames with traces of black at the end. I have rank 8 strength. My battle strength rivals Dukelong. I also have a large number of immortal GU houses, and killer moves, thus my luck is extremely vast. The flames are blood red. It represents slaughter. The tail of the flames is black. It represents the death tribulation. The black chi of the death tribulation is spreading on the surface of the pillar. It means that the death came from the outside. It is undoubtedly the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court has not repaired Fate GU yet. Once it succeeds, the black death chi will expand by many times. It will eventually corrode my entire luck pillar. Fang Yuan looked at it carefully. Inside the pillar of fire, there were all sorts of images appearing as the flames burned. At times it was a red lotus, at times it was a white crane, at times it was a beast phantom, at times it was soil. Fang Yuan was about to investigate further when his vision blurred. Immediately, his body and mind shook. He felt a sweetness in his throat. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Fang Yuan quickly healed his injuries. He looked up and saw a cooking luck pot floating above him. It was filled with luck. There was a huge crack on the outside that was leaking luck out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. His luck was too strong. Even the rank 7 Calamity Luck Altar could barely take a peek at it. If he peeked for too long, not only would he suffer a backlash, Calamity Luck Altar would also be damaged. The newly constructed Calamity Luck Altar had to be repaired. The crack was huge. The damage was not light. If left alone, the crack would continue to expand. He had to repair it immediately. Observing his luck, Fang Yuan was both happy and worried. He was happy that his luck was excellent. This was not strange. He had a deep foundation and also had luck path attainment. He was worried that the hidden danger had already appeared. If he did not stop Fate Gu's repair, Fang Yuan's crisis would become greater. Secondly, even though the fire cloud pillar was burning intensely, it was only temporary. This kind of burning luck might be invincible for a short period of time, but it would not last long. After it was completely burned, there would be a period of low luck. But that was in the distant future. Fang Yuan deduced, at least when Central Continent repaired Fate GU, his luck would maintain this state, it might even strengthen further. Fang Yuan continued to accept missions, while the refinement path GU Immortals in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture started to refine Strength Path Immortal GU. Missions to clear the Black Fire appeared on the Merit Obelisk. Shun Shong escaped regret-crying sea area, but he was still going crazy. He unconsciously harmed the surrounding environment. Fang Yuan was very interested in this strange black fire. He immediately accepted it and went to investigate. But there was still no progress. The black fire was very stubborn. Even if it was just a small lump, it could change shape under the effect of killer moves and last for a long time. Missions to exterminate the black fire appeared one after another. They were completed by Fang Yuan, Shen Tsongsheng, and the rest. Have you noticed? These missions are getting rarer recently. On this day, Shen Tsongsheng dealt with the black fire while conversing with Fang Yuan. Your ancestor, Shen Shong, is probably going to regain his senses. According to the locations of these missions, we can deduce his approximate route. Fang Yuan analyzed. Yes. Shen Tsongsheng had a look of anticipation. Right at this time, a rank 8 GU Immortal flew over from the horizon. Who else could it be but Shen Shong? Ancestor, this is great, you finally regained your senses. I have already discussed with Fang Yuan, we will work together. Shen Tsongsheng was overjoyed. He quickly went to welcome him. Chapter 1927. 4 Superclans. There were no eternal friends or enemies in this world. This was the way of survival for superforces. If they did not follow this principle, superforces would not survive for long. Shun Clan was naturally not such a force, because it had existed even before Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had grown during Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era and had existed for a long time. As a former member of Shun Clan, Shen Shong did not object to the alliance between Shun Clan and Fang Yuan. He was even happy about it. Because there were no formation path GU Immortals among this group of people from Shun Clan. Shen Shong wanted to use the formation to seal himself. He naturally had to use Fang Yuan's method. Hearing Shen Shong's words, Shen Tsongsheng's expression turned a little strange. He had spent a lot of effort to save his ancestor, but now, his ancestor was requesting to be sealed by the formation again. However, Shen Tsongsheng understood the reason. He kept silent and looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was slightly grim. Shen Shong, although your clan has allied with me, the underwater formation's immortal GU already belong to me. Now, you want me to contribute these immortal GU to construct an immortal formation to seal you. This request is quite difficult for me. Shen Tsongsheng quickly said, this can be discussed, Fang Yuan. We can even exchange immortal GU. At this point, he saw that Shen Shong had regained his rationality. He naturally did not want to give up. Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression was solemn. Shen Tsongsheng, have you forgotten what our mission was? The mission clearly stated that we need to eliminate the demonic immortal inside the formation, which is Shen Shong. What does this mean? Fang Yuan paused before continuing. This means that the Merit Obelisk does not think highly of Shen Shong. It thinks that his problem is too severe to be salvaged. Even if I reconstruct the formation, it will not help. Shen Tsongsheng's expression changed slightly. He was about to persuade him but was stopped by Shen Shong's hand. Shen Shong smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you don't need to worry about this. I am not asking you to contribute immortal GU. The GU worms used to construct the immortal formation are all from me. Watch. Saying that, he took out an immortal GU from his immortal aperture. The immortal GU looked like a silkworm. It was light yellow in color and curled up into a ball, making it look even more delicate and cute. I'm afraid Shen Tsongsheng has already roughly explained my situation to you. Shen Shong explained to Fang Yuan, I am most proficient in healing methods. This is the human path immortal GU I created back then, heal injuries. With this as the core, I later developed a human path killer move called Heal the Wounded and Rescue the Dying. As long as the difficulty is not high, I can even revive a dead person on the spot. Fang Yuan looked at the GU worm in front of him and could not help but be shocked. This was clearly a pure human path immortal GU, and what was even more shocking was that this was a genuine rank 8 immortal GU. Rank 8 human path immortal GU. Seeing that the immortals were silent, Shenshong smiled faintly and said, "Did you realize that the human path is the most effective way to deal with the black fire?" Shen Tsongsheng shook his head. "We have not realized this, but we know that even healing killer moves have an effect on the black fire. There is no difference in using offensive or healing killer moves against the black fire." Shenshong nodded. "Watch." Saying so, an aura surged out of his body. Seeing that he was preparing a killer move, the surrounding GU immortals quickly retreated with vigilance. After Shenshong regained his senses, he did not have any intention to harm them. He slowly opened his palm and aimed at the black fire. Suddenly, a stream of light yellow light shot out from his palm. The light surged and spiraled forward. It was not fast, but it eventually shot into the black fire. The black fire lasted for a while in the yellow light before quickly dissipating. Shenshong stopped his killer move and said to the immortals, "You saw it earlier, this is my killer move, Heal the Wounded and Rescue the Dying." As expected, human path killer moves are quite effective against the black fire. Seeing was believing, Fang Yuan immediately nodded, acknowledging Shenshong's words. As expected. Shen Tsongsheng said joyfully, "The underwater battle earlier was an Earth Path immortal formation. It was hard to resolve the problem with Ancestor's body. But if Ancestor's human path immortal GU is used, there is hope." Fang Yuan did not relent. He looked at Shenshong with rapt attention. "You have human path quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level?" Shock flashed across Shenshong's eyes as he nodded. "Indeed. To think that you, Fang Yuan, are also proficient in human path." Different professions were worlds apart, paths were the same. Since Fang Yuan could guess Shenshong's human path attainment level, he clearly had a lot of attainment in this aspect. The immortals immediately looked at Fang Yuan with peculiar gazes. They sighed inwardly. This is the famous demon, unfathomable. Fang Yuan asked again, "Do you have a formation diagram?" Shenshong smiled and showed a helpless expression. "I do have a formation diagram, but it is incomplete. I think I created it myself, but I cannot remember it completely." "What do you mean?" Shen Tsongsheng became nervous. Shenshong heaved a deep sigh. "I lost my memories. Every time I fall into madness, a portion of the memories I have will disappear. So I need to resolve this problem as soon as possible, otherwise, I might not even know who I am." Fang Yuan laughed. "Shenshong, you are quite lucky to have met me." Shenshong nodded in agreement. "This is indeed my luck. It is very difficult to set up a human path immortal move that satisfies my requirements. There are many conditions. First, I need a human path immortal GU, then I need to deduce and modify the formation diagram, and finally, I need to set up the formation. Setting up the formation requires formation path attainment, deducing and modifying the formation diagram requires wisdom path attainment, and because it is a human path immortal formation, I also need human path attainment. Any other formation path GU immortal, even if they have rank 8 cultivation level, would not be able to satisfy my requirements. But it is you, Fang Yuan, who fulfills all 3 requirements. So from now on, I really need to rely on you. Please lend us a hand. Fang Yuan, whatever remuneration you need, just tell me. I and Shen Clan will do our best to satisfy you." Shen Tsongsheng made a solemn promise. Fang Yuan nodded. When Shenshong mentioned the request of setting up the immortal formation, he realized that this was a good opportunity. Several times, Fang Yuan expended his merit points to exchange for immortal materials from the merit obelisk to help the hairy man GU immortals advance their immortal GU. Fang Yuan had a large number of immortal materials, but he still lacked some rare immortal materials. The merit obelisk made up for his final shortcoming. When Fang Yuan had another breakthrough, the first super mission appeared. Get rid of the black fire on the heavenly spine? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. Why is there still a black fire that has not been dealt with? Some time ago, Missions related to the Black Fire appeared one after another. The GU Immortals completed these missions to clean up Shenshong's mess. Don't tell me this was not left behind by Shenshong. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It was easy to verify this guess. Using the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan directly teleported to the mission location. At the next moment, he was at the peak of the clouds, at the highest point of the sky. There was no wind, the sun was shining brightly. This is... Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he raised his head and saw countless black fires burning silently. The scale of the black fires was huge, they were like dark clouds in a storm. The total amount of black fires that Fang Yuan and the Immortals had used all their strength to exterminate was not even 1/10,000th of the black fire in front of him. Chapter 1928. The black fire did not burn in the air, it was attached to the bones. The bones were milky white, they gave off a holy feeling. The bones had a main trunk that stretched from east to west, connecting heaven and earth. It was like a dragon that stretched from the 9 heavens, extending beyond Fang Yuan's vision. And on the 2 sides of the trunk, there were countless neatly arranged branches that extended outwards, they resembled huge elephant tusks. The entire skeleton was like the spine and ribs of a giant, supporting the sky. Heaven's spine. Fang Yuan muttered, the scene in front of him was grand and majestic, he was as tiny as a mosquito under the huge bones. And these bones were like towering trees. The black fire gathered like clouds, covering most of the bones. After Fang Yuan sized them up, he understood some profundities. This heaven's spine is actually a rank 9 bone path immortal materia. Just this point alone was already incredible. The heaven's spine should not be a human bone, which GU immortal had such a huge body. Since it was not a human bone, it had to be a beast bone. But how could there be such a ferocious beast that could reach the 9th transformation level? This was impossible. Rank 9 was the level of GU Venerables, only humans had ever appeared. Throughout history, there were only 9 of them, the other races at most had rank 8 cultivation level, or were immemorial desolate beasts or immemorial desolate plants. Were there still rank 9 desolate beasts and desolate plants in this world? Only such existences would leave behind such an immortal material after death. Other than that, was it created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. The possibility of this was very small. Because Fang Yuan had already seen through the use of Heaven's Spine, it only had one use, it was to reinforce this dragon whale paradise. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to reinforce this paradise, he could use Earth Path methods or even Sound Path methods. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's specialty. Why would he seek Bone Path? Also, why did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable make such arrangements to reinforce Dragon Whale Paradise? It is as if Dragon Whale Paradise is not safe and can collapse at any time. But the truth is, the blue dragon whale is a legendary immemorial desolate beast, its strength is at the peak of the world. There are very few existences that can threaten it. If its life is in danger, would it be useful to strengthen the Dragon Whale Paradise? The biggest question is, why is there such a huge black flame on Tianqiong's back? This was obviously not caused by Shenshong. If Shenshong was able to leak the black fire of such a scale, how could he have possibly come back alive and kicking, and taken the initiative to ask to be sealed? What is the connection between the black fire here and Shenshong's black fire? Fang Yuan continued to calculate. During this process, he saw a rib branch completely melt in the black flames. The black flames that filled the sky were corroding fiercely, continuously destroying the sky's spine. What would happen if Heaven's back was completely destroyed? Fang Yuan didn't know, but he was sure it wasn't something good. He tried to control Myriad Year Flying Warship and controlled the Daybreak Swords to attack the black flame. Just as he expected, the black fire was like a sea, and his attack was like a stone thrown into the sea, unable to cause even the slightest change. Fang Yuan tried for a while and gave up helplessly. Even a person like him felt powerless. This was the difficulty of a super mission. Fang Yuan thought about it before leaving this place, returning to the starting island and going to the underwater formation. Shenshong was still awake, so Fang Yuan told him about the situation of Heaven's back. Do you have any impression of this place? Fang Yuan asked. Shen Shong shook his head in distress. I have no impression. But this definitely has a connection with my black fire. If I can figure out the mystery of the black fire, I might be able to see through Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's scheme back then, as well as the deepest secret of Dragon Whale Paradise. Saying this, Shen Shong paused. I want to take a look myself, can I? Of course. Fang Yuan agreed. Since he told Shen Shong about this, he did not intend to hide it. If he tried to complete this super mission alone, he would be too weak. He needed to gather the strength of all the GU immortals. Soon, the immortals gathered and arrived at Heaven's back. Seeing the sea of black flames in the sky, the immortals' expressions changed. They gasped in amazement. The immortals tried to get rid of the black fire, but there was little progress. It seemed that the larger the black fire, the harder it was to get rid of it. Among the immortals, only Shen Shong's human path methods were outstanding, the others were inferior to him. After several days of clearing out the black fire, Immortal Hua Dai was the first to give in. It was not that she was in a bad state, but she had expended too much immortal essence. This mission is too difficult, I suggest we give up. Miao Ming Shen secretly found Fang Yuan and discussed with him. Even without his words, Fang Yuan was already thinking of giving up. By now, the immortals had used all their strength to get rid of 1 hectare of black fire. And such a scale was not even 1,000th of the black fire in the sky. If I use rank 8 battle strength, the efficiency will increase greatly, but it is too low. I might as well complete large-scale missions. After a few times, I will be able to accumulate a lot of merit points. I'm afraid only Venerables can complete such a super mission easily. Fang Yuan decided to give up. Shen Shong and Shen Tsongsheng expressed their understanding. But they were not willing to give up. They only asked the other Shen clan GU immortals to follow them. Shen Shong said to Fang Yuan, I want to explore a bit more. I will walk along the giant bones trunk and see if I can find some crucial points. Fang Yuan looked at him deeply before nodding and leaving. Soon, only Shen Shong and Shen Tsongsheng were left on the heavenly spine. Come with me. Shen Shong sighed. Shen Tsongsheng followed closely behind and took the initiative to ask, Ancestor, you took the initiative to send everyone away, could it be that you have recalled something? Shen Shong shook his head, I intend to pass my human path inheritance to you. Shen Tsongsheng was stunned, he could hear an ominous meaning in Shen Shong's tone. He quickly said, Ancestor, you don't have to be in such a hurry. I believe there will be a way to solve your problem. Shen Shong smiled, I have not given up hope, but I have to think about the clan. If I leave behind my human path inheritance, the clan will benefit from it, it will be my repayment to the clan. Shen Tsongsheng was silent. Shen Shong continued, I cannot pass the inheritance to you in the underwater formation. After all, that is a formation that Fang Yuan personally set up. But here, it should be safe. I will not pass the human path immortal GU to you directly, because I still need them. I will impart to you my cultivation experience, as well as the killer moves and immortal GU recipes that I created. Shen Tsongsheng said solemnly, I will not let down ancestors' good intentions. Shen Shong smiled bitterly, my memories are very fragmented, my memories are limited. Let's start from the beginning. I once cultivated sound path, but in an accident, I refined heal injury immortal GU and saw the hope of human path. In order to cultivate human path, I did many things secretly. These things went against the rules of the righteous path. The clan protected me and helped me conceal them, but I could not hide them from Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Lord Paradise Earth found me. I was not his match, I could not even take one attack from him. But Lord Paradise Earth didn't kill me, nor did he imprison me. Instead, he gave me a chance to atone for my crimes on account of my many years of saving lives. He also promised me that if I could grasp this opportunity, I might be able to achieve my goal and successfully cultivate human path. Thus, I came here and cultivated in the underwater formation that Lord Paradise Earth set up. My memories of cultivation are already completely blurry. I only remember that during this process, I obtained the help of the underwater formation and broke through time and time again, making steady progress. I started from heal injury immortal GU and gradually expanded. I created heal injury, light injuries, heavy injuries, fatal injuries, emotional injuries, 5 laborious injuries, 7 injuries, and other killer moves. Finally, one day, I created the killer move accumulated injuries. From this killer move, I deduced the immortal GU recipe of scar injury immortal GU. I refined it and replaced it with my vital GU. With this immortal GU, any attack that causes damage to me will turn into injuries. The accumulation of injuries can increase the power of the mutual injuries killer move. In the previous battle, the reason why I forced Fang Yuan to retreat was because I used the mutual injuries killer move to injure him. Please remember, scar injury immortal GU is the core of my human path inheritance, while mutual injuries is my main offensive method. Shen Songsheng's mind was shaken as he listened. Shen Shong's human path true inheritance was so profound that it shocked him both physically and mentally. Ancestor, this true inheritance that you created has great potential. It might be able to create a brand new path in human path. Shen Songsheng praised sincerely. Ha ha ha. Shen Shong laughed proudly, patting Shen Songsheng's shoulder. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it. I will leave the inheritance to you. If you want, you can cultivate human path in the future. If you have no intention of doing so, you can choose a suitable inheritor. Southern border. Moral paradise. A female immortal wore a purple silk dress. She was beautiful and mysterious. She walked down the mountain step by step. Her skin was white as snow, her hair hung down to her waist, her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were shrouded in sorrow. It was the leader of the celestial court, the person in charge of star constellation chessboard, the #1 wisdom path great expert in the world, Fairy Myrtle. Right now, Fairy Myrtle was covered in sweat. She had a haggard expression, but her eyes were shining brightly. She was in high spirits. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Wei-yin had been waiting for a long time. Lady Zi-Wei, it seems you have gotten what you wanted. Fairy Myrtle smiled. I have benefited a lot from this trip. I have already borrowed Benevolence GU, thank you for your help. Lu Wei-yin also smiled. Lady Zi-Wei, I did not do it to help you, I did it to help the world, to protect the peace of the 5 regions. Sigh, the world is filled with demonic immortals now. Not to mention Fang Yuan, a blood path rank 8 great expert has appeared in Western Desert recently. He is finding trouble with superclans, he has repeatedly invaded their resource points, he is extremely arrogant and has terrifying methods. Chaotic times are coming, I only hope that this moral paradise can become a paradise. Fairy Myrtle sighed, Zi-Wei understands your meaning. In the future, when the 5 regions change, I will definitely repay you generously. Goodbye. Chapter 1929. Dragon Whale Paradise. Under the Merit Obelisk, Fang Yuan and Shen Songsheng stood side by side, staring at the obelisk. The super mission to clear away the black fire was still there, but tomorrow was the final 300-day time limit. Fang Yuan's merit points were at the top of the list. This was a huge sum. After he found out that the black fire mission was too difficult, he only chose large and mid-sized missions to gain merit points. Miao Mingshen's group had been assisting him, they had also gained a lot. After Shen Songsheng and the rest realized the difficulty of the super mission, they wisely learned from Fang Yuan, their merit points had accumulated to a considerable extent. 300 days passed in a flash, it feels like we just arrived here yesterday. Shen Songsheng smiled bitterly. This was a true treasure land. By completing all sorts of missions, GU Immortals could directly obtain Immortal GU recipes, and all sorts of killer moves. Even a rank 8 GU Immortal like Shen Songsheng was enjoying this place, he did not want to leave. But there was no choice, once the time limit was up, they would be kicked out of Dragon Whale Paradise. It is a pity that we have not explored all of Dragon Whale Paradise's secrets yet. Fang Yuan sighed in regret. There were still many mysteries about Dragon Whale Paradise. The black fire was a crucial point. Where did this black fire come from? Why were there so many changes? Why could it not be seen what path it belonged to? Why were human path methods so effective against it? Other than the black fire, where did the heavenly spine left behind by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable come from? What was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true intention? What agreement did Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable and Shen Shong make back then? Shen Shong cultivated human path inside the underwater formation, but he was somehow infected by the troublesome black fire. Also, other than Shen Shong, Fang Yuan did not see any other GU immortals. Dragon Whale Paradise did not have any GU immortals. And where did the immortal GU in the merit obelisk come from? If they were all produced naturally, the quantity would be too much. Shen Tsongsheng was silent for a while before saying, "We can only explore these secrets in the future. Fortunately, we've already exchanged for titles. Once the blue dragon whale is born, we'll be able to sense it and come back to explore." Fang Yuan nodded. This was indeed a delightful discovery. Just as he had deduced, Miao Ming-shun was able to find the exact location of the blue dragon whale because of this name. He didn't know who had secretly transferred this title to him. Among all the titles provided by the Merit Monument, there were very few titles that could be transferred out. There was another discovery, which was also related to titles. After exchanging for this title, when the GU Immortal leaves Dragon Whale Paradise, they can teleport to any location within 100,000 li. This was the excuse that Fang Yuan used to deceive Miao Ming-shun and the others, but in fact, it really existed. At this moment, the words on the Merit Monument suddenly floated and changed. Small, medium, large, and even super quests had all disappeared, leaving only one ultimate quest. Ultimate mission: leave with the blue dragon whale and return successfully. This is... Shen Tsongsheng was shocked. Fang Yuan frowned. "Don't tell me, there is an ultimate quest above super quests. The description is very vague, but I'm afraid the difficulty is much higher than clearing away the black fire." At this time, the words on the Merit Monument changed again. Shen Tsongsheng stared with wide eyes as he repeated, "The time limit for the mission is not fixed. After accepting it, you can stay in the paradise for an unlimited period of time. After completing the ultimate quest, you can obtain the qualifications to become the owner of the Merit Monument and keep your merit points." Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light as he thought, so Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has already made arrangements to choose a new owner for the Merit Monument. As long as I follow his arrangements, I can become the owner of this rank 8 Immortal GU house. What a pity, what a pity. Fang Yuan felt regret. He had already found a way to obtain the Merit Monument, but his strength was limited. He could not even complete the super quest, not to mention the ultimate quest. The ultimate quest was clearly very difficult. Even rank 8 GU Immortals did not have much hope. This was easy to deduce. The GU Immortals who came to Dragon Whale Paradise were not limited to Fang Yuan's group. When the previous people came here, some might have accepted this ultimate quest, but the Merit Monument was still ownerless. This meant that no one had ever succeeded. There was another reason why Fang Yuan did not want to accept the mission. That was the description on the Merit Monument. The time limit for the mission was not fixed. If the time limit was too long, by the time he finished the mission and left, he would find that the Celestial Court had already repaired Fate GU. What was the point of Fang Yuan then? Sigh. Shen Tsongsheng let out a long breath of air. He had regained his rationality and recognized the risks. His gaze was no longer burning. Fang Yuan pointed at the mission on the Merit Monument and analyzed, "Brother Shen, this ultimate quest has a hidden meaning. After choosing this mission, the GU Immortals' merit points will be preserved. This means that those who do not accept it will have their remaining merit points erased once they leave Dragon Whale Paradise." Shen Tsongsheng's heart tightened as he nodded. "I'm afraid that is the case. When we first came here, there was no one on the merit board. This way, the GU Immortals would have to spend as much of their accumulated merit points as possible. But as for how to spend it, the GU Immortals would need to consider it themselves." The next day, at a certain corner of Eastern Sea, 3 lumps of white light flashed as Fang Yuan, Shen Tsongsheng, and the 3 immortals appeared. All the GU Immortals gave up on the ultimate quest and chose to leave. But Miao Ming-shun's group did not leave with Fang Yuan. They were still worried about Fang Yuan. Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua left with the other Shen clan GU Immortals. These 2 Eastern Sea lone immortals had completely boarded Shen clan's ship after this matter. Fang Yuan turned around and looked back, only to see the sky was empty, the sea was calm, there was nothing behind him. He did not want to give up. He went with Shen Tsongsheng and Shen Shong to investigate the surroundings, but there was nothing behind him. The three of us purposely chose the location of the blue dragon whale, but where is the blue dragon whale? Stop looking, this is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method. Don't be fooled by the vivid scene in front of us. What if it is an illusion? Speaking of which, we have not seen the true appearance of the blue dragon whale from start to finish. The three immortals sighed. The blue dragon whale had many secrets. The blue dragon whale was transformed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had an immortal aperture and could cultivate as a legendary immemorial beast. It had intelligence that was not inferior to ordinary people. But the GU immortals did not see the blue dragon whale contacting them during their exploration. The blue dragon whale's movements were also very mysterious. When did it appear, how did it disappear, and where did it go during this process? The world did not know. The three GU immortals here, even though they had gone to the dragon whale paradise, did not know about it. Fang Yuan sighed internally. He had wanted to take the blue dragon whale and the merit obelisk for himself. But the truth was, he was thinking too much. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's grand arrangement. It had a mysterious motive. Like Northern Plains' crazed demon cave, it was personally created by Limitless Demon Venerable. It was also a grand arrangement. Fang Yuan could only go to the 8th layer, he could not enter the core 9th layer. Wait, crazed demon cave? Crazed demon? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. The crazed demon cave created by Limitless Demon Venerable had demonic sounds that could cause living beings to go crazy. In Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Dragon Whale Paradise, the black fire could also cause living beings to go crazy. Was there any connection between the two? Thinking about it, there are actually many living beings that have gone crazy in Dragon Whale Paradise. For example, the Tiger King Salamander that I killed earlier. Fang Yuan thought. These living beings were incurable when they went crazy. Fang Yuan could not find out the reason, he could only exterminate them. Other than the fact that they did not emit black fire, they had the same problem as Shen Shong. From this, one could see how strong Shen Shong was. Even if this person was struck by black fire, he would only go crazy for a period of time. Relying on his deep human path foundation and Dao marks, he would be able to hold on until he regained his sanity. Even Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to do this. He asked himself, even though he had many Dao marks, they were not the accumulation of human path. Currently, Shen Shong is probably the #1 human path cultivator in the 5 regions. Even old man Zhang Yuan of the Celestial Court cannot compare to him. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel some anticipation. The Fate War was not far away. Maybe Shen Shong's appearance could bring some trouble to the Celestial Court. The three immortals could not find the blue dragon whale, they bade farewell. In this trip to Dragon Whale Paradise, they had great gains. But the one with the most gains was undoubtedly Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was alone, he transformed into Qi-Si Ancestor's appearance and returned to Qi-Si stealthily. The formation in the depths of Qi-Si was still operating. Inside the formation, he saw Wu Shuai who was guarding this place. Wu Shuai went to southern border to trade dream realms with Kai clan. Kai Chuyu saw the chance to raise the price. Wu Shuai did not want to lower himself to Kai Chuyu's level, he wanted to settle the score later, he wanted to continue the transaction. But unexpectedly, the loss of the dream realms was discovered by Wu Yong. He flew into a rage and found Kai Chuyu to have a private discussion. Kai Chuyu naturally denied it. Even if it was exposed, he would not admit it. But after being warned, Kai Chuyu could only restrain himself and temporarily cut off the Dream Realm transactions. Wu Shuai had no choice but to return to Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan met with Wu Shuai and learned about the current situation. The situation was somewhat terrible. In southern border, Wu Yong's influence was growing. Because of the mysterious disappearance of the Dream Realms, Kai Chuyu was unavoidably suspected. Wu Yong used this chance to gain the upper hand, he could use his political skills more easily. And in Western Desert, Fang Dichang's clone, whom Fang Yuan had placed high hopes on, fell into a quagmire. After he allied with several superclans to repel the Celestial Court, a Bloodpath great expert appeared in Western Desert. He created chaos everywhere. He seemed to hate superforces very much. Fang Clan was one of the victims. Other than this, an immemorial desolate beast appeared in Fang Clan's Icefire Desert. This immemorial desolate beast was very crafty. Fang Clan's many attempts to encircle it ended in failure. As for profound literature Grotto Heaven, Li Xiaobai's situation was rather smooth. Chapter 1930. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The sky had already disappeared for several months. The whole Grotto Heaven was filled with black poisonous smoke. A vast amount of poisonous smoke covered the sky. The smoke clouds rumbled endlessly and condensed into the shape of dragons from time to time, spreading poisonous smoke to wreak havoc in the world. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was already filled with mournful cries. The future was bleak. Star Collection City was the #1 city in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. It was also the largest gathering point of humans. Star Collection City's walls were tall and there were many towers in the city. Jean Boudou was standing on the highest tower, looking at the surging poisonous smoke in the sky. He had an exhausted expression and his body was covered in injuries. Behind him, a female combat beast warrior was healing him. My main body adjusted the time flow of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven to become faster, causing calamities and tribulations to descend frequently. In this Grotto Heaven, any calamity or tribulation will turn into a beast calamity. However, before the previous beast calamity was exterminated, another beast calamity arrived. These beast calamities spread all over the place, involving the strength of all the GU immortals in the Grotto Heaven. After accumulating, they actually fused into one, turning into this monster. Sigh, this time, my main body miscalculated. Jean Boudou's brows were tightly furrowed, he was deeply worried. The combat beast warrior who was healing him consoled, "Little Do, you should rest for a while. You have already fought for 3 days and 3 nights without resting. If this continues, even if your body is made of steel, you won't be able to endure it." Jean Boudou sighed deeply. "I am now the strongest combat beast warrior, I need to give it my all. If I were in the battlefield, everyone's sacrifices would be much lower. Little Do, you have already done well. If you had not sensed something amiss and informed everyone, allowing the cities to gather the commoners in advance, we would have suffered great losses. Little Do, you are truly our savior, you saved the lives of hundreds of thousands of people." The combat beast warrior said. Even though she was a senior combat beast warrior, she admired this junior, Jean Boudou. During this period of time, Jean Boudou had convinced everyone in the Grotto Heaven. Not only was he strong in combat, but more importantly, he cherished civilians, sacrificed himself for others, and fought on the front lines selflessly. Today, Jean Boudou had become a great hero, a moral model, and an idol of the people. But in fact, Jean Boudou just wanted to protect his assets. Be it him or Fang Yuan's main body, they had long regarded the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven as their own. Although the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had preserved most of its vitality because of Jean Boudou's timely warning, the amount that had been lost was enough to make Jean Boudou's heart ache. "It's coming again." Jean Boudou's expression tightened as he suddenly said. The beast warrior beside him also tensed up, hurriedly looking up at the sky. The poisonous smoke churned intensely in the sky. A dragon roared, and a huge dragon made of poisonous smoke descended. The huge dragon's body was extremely huge, it was 800 feet long, and the huge dragon head was like a small mountain as it crashed towards Star Collection City on the ground. Once it crashed, more than half of Star Collection City would be instantly destroyed, and after the poisonous smoke spread, hundreds of thousands of civilians would die. Of course, Jean Boudou would not allow such a situation to happen. With an eagle cry, an arrow-tailed eagle flew out of his immortal aperture. Combat Beast Warrior Transformation. In an instant, he turned into an eagle beast, flapped his wings, and flew into the sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Jean Boudou attacked crazily, sending out countless wind blades that were extremely sharp and ferocious like a storm. Hundreds and thousands of huge wind blades landed on the dragon head, and the poisonous smoke dragon head lasted for a moment before collapsing. "It's Little Do as expected, it's him again." As expected of Little Do, the combat beast warriors reacted one after another, and praised. And when the civilians in various parts of Star Collection City saw this, they all shouted Savior Jean Boudou. Very soon, such cheers spread throughout the whole city, and wave after wave filled the whole Star Collection City. It was extremely fanatical. Jean Boudou did not relax, and instead looked up at the sky vigilantly, shouting, "Everyone, be careful, another wave of attacks is coming." The poisonous smoke surged, and more than 10 poisonous smoke dragons suddenly appeared, charging towards Star Collection City. The cheers of the civilians stopped abruptly. The combat beast warriors' faces turned as pale as paper. In the past, the attacks were at most 3 to 5 poisonous smoke dragons, but now, the number had increased by 5 times, and it was not something they could resist at all. Is it going to end like this? Damn it. I don't want to die yet. At the crucial moment, starlight suddenly soared into the sky from the Star Snail Hall, and a giant suddenly appeared, standing on the battlefield. Everyone was overjoyed, and Jean Boudou also pretended to be overjoyed, but in his heart, he already knew that old fellow is finally willing to make a move. This was the current combat beast king, and it used the corpse of the Star Sea Snail to transform. It was the strongest combat power in the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, and also the last trump card. Back then, when Fang Yuan transformed into the bull-headed demonic god, he had also fought with the combat beast king. The giant was wearing heavy armor, and he continuously punched out, shooting out fist after fist, like meteors shooting into the sky. The meteors collided with the poisonous smoke dragon heads, and the effect was extraordinary. Several poisonous smoke dragon heads exploded on the spot, and the momentum of the poisonous smoke dragon heads stopped, which bought crucial time for the other combat beast warriors. Then, the giant stomped on the ground, and its hands held up the sky, and a hemispherical screen of starlight rose, covering the whole city. The poisonous smoke dragon was temporarily blocked by the screen of starlight, and the combat beast warriors were enveloped in a layer of blue light, floating out, and fighting intensely with the poisonous smoke dragon heads. The combat beast warriors were only made of flesh and blood, and they were quickly at a disadvantage. The poisonous smoke dragon heads were endless. No matter how many were destroyed, a corresponding number of poisonous smoke dragon heads would be produced. If this continues, I'm afraid that Star Collection City will be destroyed today. Realizing this, the combat beast king made up his mind. He shouted loudly, his voice reverberating in the battlefield, "The situation is urgent, Little Do, go and receive the final inheritance. Right now, only you have hope of saving everyone. This old guy is finally willing to take out the final inheritance." Jean Boudou sneered in his mind. Right now, he had already obtained the Beast Calamity True Inheritance in all the important areas, and only the final part was left. He had been in Star Collection City for many days, but the current combat beast king did not mention this. Jean Boudou could only pretend that he did not know that the final inheritance was in Star Collection City. "Little Do, go, I will guard this place. Go, Little Do, it's up to you now. We will fight for time for you, even until the last moment of our lives, we will do our best," the combat beast warriors urged. Undeniably, the GU immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven were truly different from the outside world. They had the spirit of sacrificing themselves. Jean Boudou flew to the underground of Star Snail Hall, arriving in front of the final altar. The altar shined as the Chilean heavenly spirit appeared. "Young man, you are qualified to inherit the complete Beast Calamity True Inheritance. It is time to tell you the truth of the world." The Chilean heavenly spirit's voice was like that of a child, crisp and cute. As the memories were transmitted, Jean Boudou pretended to be shocked. "So our world is so small, true cultivation is using GU worms, not transforming. This is too unexpected. Heavenly Spirit, what should I do next?" The Chilean heavenly spirit came to Jean Boudou and lowered its head. "Master, I don't have any good ideas. Ever since the tributary of the River of Time changed, the Grotto Heaven's calamities and tribulations have become more frequent. This calamity and tribulation contains the power of a myriad tribulation. I am afraid I will not be able to escape this time. I will open the door, Master, please leave quickly." When Jean Boudou inherited the complete Beast Calamity True Inheritance, The Chilean heavenly spirit recognized him as its master. Jean Boudou heaved a deep sigh. He was about to speak when his expression changed, revealing true joy. No need, my main body is here. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's main body finally arrived. Looking at the poisonous smoke that filled the sky, Fang Yuan felt a headache. Jean Boudou ordered the Chilean heavenly spirit to open the grotto heaven's entrance. Fang Yuan came in openly. Because he was no longer an invader, and because the Chilean heavenly spirit recognized him as its master, all beings' assimilation transformation no longer affected Fang Yuan's main body's expression. Fang Yuan was able to enter the battlefield. Thus, the combat beast warriors in the battlefield saw an unimaginable scene. A person was floating in the air, his aura was like a mountain or a sea. The poisonous smoke dragons seemed to be provoked by this mysterious person. Most of them turned around and charged towards Fang Yuan. Who is he? Dodge. Oh no, it's too late. The combat beast warriors roared in anger. They watched in despair as Fang Yuan was surrounded by the poisonous smoke dragons. Just as the poisonous smoke dragons were about to bite him, Fang Yuan made his move. Rumble. In an instant, air currents surged and winds howled. The color of heaven and earth changed, the poisonous smoke dissipated. Fang Yuan stood proudly in the sky, the poisonous smoke dragons around him dissipated, even the thick layer of poisonous smoke above his head had a huge circular hole. Bright light shone through the hole, bathing Fang Yuan in sunlight. The combat beast warriors all opened their mouths, they were extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's first move was earth-shattering, his battle prowess was terrifying. More importantly, he didn't use any form of transformation at all. He was able to achieve such a shocking result with just his own attacks. This scene caused the long-held concept of cultivation of the beast warriors to crumble with a loud bang. In an instant, everyone was at a loss. At this time, Fang Yuan slowly spoke, his voice clearly transmitted to everyone present. Little Du, where are you? Father is here. The immortals were shocked again. Jean Boudou flew out, his face full of joy, tears streaming down his face. Father, you finally came out. Quickly save this world. In the next instant, the entire Star Luo city was in an uproar. So this mysterious person was Jean Boudou's father. No wonder he was so powerful. This was a hidden expert. We're saved. We're definitely saved. Fang Yuan sighed and said with a pained tone, I did not expect such a huge disaster to happen during my seclusion. Unfortunately, I was isolated from the outside world during my seclusion. If I had known earlier, I would not have let these poisonous smoke dragons wreak havoc for so long. With that, Fang Yuan made his move again, quickly dissipating the poisonous smoke. But there was just too much poisonous smoke, it spread throughout the entire grotto heaven. Very soon, poisonous smoke surged in from other places. Father, the situation is now under control, let's go down and rest first, said Jean Boudou. All right. Fang Yuan nodded. Chapter 1931. Celestial Court. Star constellation chessboard was half a foot off the ground. It rotated slowly between Fairy Myrtle and Feng Kim Hoang, letting out dazzling starlight. Specks of starlight were dazzling, they were like blue fireflies, jumping around the two at times and entering their minds at other times. The two girls sat cross-legged, their eyes were closed and their brows were tightly furrowed, they were thinking about some difficult problem. The starlight slowly disappeared, star constellation chessboard flew into Fairy Myrtle's hands. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, but Feng Kim Hoang did not open his eyes, he fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. This child. Fairy Myrtle was not nervous, she sighed. She knew Feng Kim Hoang's condition like the back of her hand. Feng Kim Hoang was only a GU master, he was not a rank 8 great expert like Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle's original deduction plan was very suitable for Feng Kim Hoang. But Feng Kim Hoang insisted, he did not want to implicate Fairy Myrtle because of him. After all, Fairy Myrtle was an important person in Celestial Court. When Feng Kim Hoang slowly woke up, he found he had already left the deduction secret room, he had returned to Central Great Hall. Huang good job. Duke Long looked at Feng Kim Hoang, feeling extremely gratified. You actually modified the pure dream reality seeker physique, this physique no longer has any drawbacks. You are indeed the fated great dream immortal Venerable. Feng Kim Hoang was a little embarrassed from the praise. Master, there is a reason for this. Do you still remember the killer move Shatter Dream that disciple created not long ago? Using the result of Shatter Dream, I was able to successfully modify the pure dream reality seeker physique. The entire process was completely dependent on Lady Zi Wei's calculations, and I only played a minor supporting role. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Little Huang you're too humble. It's precisely because you provided us with the correct direction that we were able to successfully calculate it. If not for that, even if I divined it many times, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to find anything. Duke Long said with deep sincerity, Huang this perfect pure dream reality seeker physique is extremely important to you. It is a crucial opportunity for your future accomplishments. Remember, you must use the pure dream reality seeker physique to ascend to immortality in the future. Feng Kim Hoang had never seen Duke Long so serious. He quickly nodded and replied, Yes, Master. I will keep this in mind. Duke Long nodded. Go ahead. I have something to discuss with Fairy Myrtle. Disciple will take his leave. Feng Kim Hoang immediately left obediently. This time, Huang was able to obtain the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique thanks to you. Duke Long said to Fairy Myrtle. That was indeed the case. Fairy Myrtle was not only the main factor in the deduction, even the original pure dream reality seeker physique was obtained from searching spectral souls' memories. Without this foundation, no matter how much inspiration or direction Feng Kim Hoang had, it would be useless. Fairy Myrtle smiled. This is my duty. If not for you capturing spectral soul alive, I would not have been able to soul search him. Speaking of which, the source of little Huang gratitude is still you, her master. Duke Long shook his head. I am ashamed. As a master, I have taught very little. I know nothing about Dream Path, but thankfully, Huang has extraordinary talent in Dream Path. It is my honor to be able to do something for the future great dream immortal Venerable. How has your practice of equal treatment been? Fairy Myrtle's expression turned solemn. There is no problem with benevolence GU. As for the killer move, I have already used it several times. Did you find anything strange? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle denied. No. Duke Long thought about it. In that case, equal treatment is effective. But why are we not seeing any results? Yes. Fairy Myrtle frowned. Using equal treatment to deal with spring-autumn cicada was our plan from the start. Looking at Fang Yuan's recent actions, he has made ample preparations and plans. For example, in the battle for the River of Time, or in the battle for Dragon Palace, he had the initiative. He must have revived again, but why does no one on our side have the previous life's memories? Equal treatment's effect was as its name suggested. Once Fairy Myrtle used this killer move, the state of the person she saw would change at the same time. For example, after Fairy Myrtle used equal treatment, she saw Fang Yuan's revival. At the same time, Fairy Myrtle saw Duke Long. Then when Fang Yuan used spring-autumn success to self-detonate, his memories would return to his past body. Duke Long would also receive the same treatment, his memories would enter his past self's mind. We do not know what happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. Earlier, we guessed that we could not borrow benevolence GU to create equal treatment. But now, we have this method in our hands. In the end, Fang Yuan's rebirth changed this result. In the previous life, we did not construct the killer move equal treatment. Or did I encounter a mishap in my previous life and did not use the killer move equal to all? Fairy Myrtle was in a predicament. Some time after Duke Long woke up and understood the situation, he proposed to use the killer move equality to deal with spring-autumn cicada. Spring-autumn cicada was refined by his first disciple, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Duke Long knew the method to deal with this cicada. And when Fang Yuan revived, Fairy Myrtle could easily deduce it. It was around the time when Celestial Court attacked Lang Ya Blessed Land. The Fang Yuan before this and the Fang Yuan after this had a different style of doing things, and the success rate was also entirely different. Before Celestial Court attacked Lang Ya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan failed to retrieve the upper extreme heavenly eagle and was tricked by Lu Weiyin. And after that, Fang Yuan made ample preparations to deal with Celestial Court's attack. Celestial Court's side was countered time and time again. They could not use their advantages and their disadvantages were magnified, but Fang Yuan was the complete opposite. Duke Long pondered, actually, there is another possibility. In my previous life, equal treatment was successfully activated by you, but other than Fang Yuan, you did not see anyone else. Or maybe this person is not a loyal GU immortal to Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined with light. If that is the case, who is the key person? Longevity Heaven. Buzz buzz buzz, orange-yellow light flickered continuously, covering the entire sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura that was on the brink of death grew rapidly. It soon filled the entire world and shook everyone's hearts. Such a shocking change attracted the attention of Five Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. Five Elements Grandmaster was a Northern Plains lone cultivator rank 8, but after being trapped after invading Longevity Heaven, he felt hopeless after some struggle and surrendered to Longevity Heaven. He was stationed in Longevity Heaven for a long time now. The Ox Demon and Flower Lady were the North Desolation Immortals. What is going on? Five Elements Grandmaster was shocked and bewildered. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other. They saw joy in each other's eyes. The latter chuckled. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan has awakened. Bing Sai Chuan? Five Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt that this name was familiar. Right at this time, there was a loud roar, light rippled in the sky, rainbows flowed like rivers, piercing through the sky. A figure stepped on the river. He was tall and had a gentle expression, but his gaze was sharp and cold, emitting a cold light. From his right ear to the left corner of his mouth, there was an ugly scar. It was shining with white light, emitting a coldness that was like 1,000-year-old ice. Five Elements Grandmaster's heart shook. I remember now. Bing Sai Chuan was a time path great expert of the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal. Giant Sun Immortal had to attack 3 times before subduing him. He did not die. He even became the West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven was different from the Celestial Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, 12 positions. Among them, 4 Desolation Immortals had to be rank 8 GU Immortals, while the 8 extremities had to be at least rank 7, and they were elites among rank 7s. Greetings to Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady greeted. Five Elements Grandmaster also followed with a respectful attitude. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan came to the 3 immortals and looked around, nodding. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan left. My time is limited. Give me information. I want to see the current situation in the world. Longevity Heaven's information was very comprehensive. Not only did it have the complete records of the collapse of 88-point Zhenyang Tower, it also had the appearance of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace and Central Continent Celestial Court preparing for the Refinement Path Convention. Fang Yuan, he actually used rank 7 cultivation level to extort Southern Border's righteous path. He harmed the Celestial Court time and time again in the River of Time. He is indeed a world-shaking figure. Qi Si Ancestor could fight to a draw with Duke Long. This is truly rare. Eastern Sea is truly deep. There is also Fang Di Chang. He actually refined Divine Bin Palace. Haha, this world is never lonely. After Bing Sai Chuan obtained the information, he laughed loudly with unparalleled pride. His laughter paused as Bing Sai Chuan's eyes shined with bright light. Since Fang Yuan destroyed 88-point Zhenyang Tower, he is the crucial character that Giant Sun Immortal mentioned. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and Five Elements Grandmaster were stunned. Bing Sai Chuan's words seemed to have touched upon a historical secret. Could it be that Giant Sun Immortal had already deduced that Fang Yuan would destroy 88-point Zhenyang Tower? Since he deduced it, why did he let Fang Yuan succeed? Bing Sai Chuan did not explain to the 3 immortals. He ordered, we cannot let Fate GU be repaired. We must stop this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Contact Fang Yuan. Our Longevity Heaven will cooperate with him. What? The 3 immortals were stunned again. Bing Sai Chuan frowned. Can you contact Fang Yuan? The three immortals were dazed, they shook their heads. Bing Sai Chuan's frown deepened. Then what are you waiting for? Do you want me to find a way to contact Fang Yuan personally? In the previous life, Lang Ya sect joined Longevity Heaven, thus, Longevity Heaven easily obtained a way to contact Fang Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. But in this life, Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land and even the four-variant human alliance, Longevity Heaven had nothing to do with it. Chapter 1932. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Kokitahara. Is everything ready? Shuer sat in the snow crystal formation, observing the dozens of frost chi lumps. Everything is ready, Supreme Elder. A snowman rank 5 female GU master knelt on the ground respectfully. Then go. Remember to treat them warmly. Of course, if there are any grievances, don't just let them be. Shuer thought about it and said, yes. The snowman female GU master left. Shuer sighed. Ever since she was arranged by Fang Yuan, she had been focusing on the development of the snowman tribe. With the help of Fang Yuan's snow crystal formation, Shuer worked hard. The snowman tribe grew several times in size, becoming a huge variant human tribe. Husband finally brought in humans. If I have time, I would really like to go and take a look. Unfortunately, I cannot leave this place. Shuer looked at the frost chi, feeling worried. She controlled the formation and organized it carefully. Ever since Fang Yuan annexed Chi Phase Grotto Heaven, his Chi Path Dao marks increased greatly. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was greatly influenced. This influence had not stopped yet, it was still modifying all aspects of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. For example, the snowman tribe that Shuer was in was accumulating frost chi. Every few months, Shuer had to personally control the formation and organize it. Once the frost chi accumulated to a certain extent, it would break through the limit and turn into a frost tide. The cold wave was also a disaster for the weak snowmen. It would also cause great damage to the surrounding environment. In fact, if the frost tide spread, it might even affect the whole of Kokitahara. Because of the regional walls, the other 4 mini-regions would not be affected by the frost tide. Not long ago, Fang Yuan sent a message, telling Shuer that there would be a city near the snowman tribe. By then, the snowman tribe would need to work hard, gather their troops, bring gifts, and interact with them. Shuer did as she was told, but all along, as a variant human, she had been suppressed by the humans. Now that she interacted with the humans, it was a trauma in her life. If possible, Shuer would like to see the whole of Kokitahara become the territory of the snowmen. However, she also understood that this was a delusion. Fang Yuan was a human after all, and when his immortal aperture was developed to a certain extent, he would bring in and nurture humans. This was the sign of a flourishing immortal aperture. The snowman tribe had just set off. At the same time, the Inkmen of Western Desert arrived at their destination. As the Inkman city lord, Mo Tan Sang was currently high up in the clouds, waiting quietly. It's here. His eyes suddenly flashed. Suddenly, a colorful light flashed between heaven and earth. Surrounding this ball of colorful light, the earth pushed out in all directions. The multicolored light grew brighter and brighter, gradually revealing the vague illusion of a city. The illusion became more and more real. Eventually, the light dissipated, and a vast land with a circumference of several thousand miles was added to the original spot. A city was located in the center of the land. It was the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's sacred eagle city. The Inkman GU masters were already kneeling on the ground, singing praises to such an immortal sight. Only when Mo Tan Sang sent an order did this group of people move. The city gates of Holy Eagle City opened. The citizens inside had already been notified and formed a welcoming party. The two groups met at the city gates and officially started to interact. Sacred Eagle City's humans curiously sized up the black-skinned and white-haired Inkmen, while the Inkmen gradually let go of their worries. They had been living under the heavy pressure of humans for a long time. To think that these newly joined humans would be so easy to talk to. They spoke with an equal attitude. This made the Inkmen feel joy from the bottom of their hearts. Sir, are you Lord Mo Tan Sang? Eagle Warrior, who was in charge of Sacred Eagle City, flew towards Mo Tan Sang. Please guide me in the future. Sure, sure. Mo Tan Sang smiled. No need to be so polite, we are all on the same side. Mini blue sky. The cloud soil gathered to form a small floating continent. After the starlight blossomed, this originally empty continent suddenly gained a majestic city. This city was filled with scars and destruction. It was the Star Collection City that had resisted the poisonous smoke Grand Tribulation earlier. At the center of Star Collection City, there was a brand new Star Snail Hall. This was a mortal GU house specially constructed by Fang Yuan. As for the Star Sea Snail that was the body of the hall, it had already been stored away by Fang Yuan. This was an immemorial desolate beast. Its shell was a rank 8 immortal material. If it was given to the elderly combat beast king, he would not process it, he could only let the Tao marks on the immortal material dissipate naturally. That would be too wasteful. This is your father's world. It is so vast and empty. The elderly combat beast king quietly left Star Collection City and circled around it, sighing with emotion. Accompanying him was Jean Boudou. This is mini blue heaven. In my father's immortal aperture world, there are 9 such places. I'm sure we can live well here. The elderly combat beast king nodded and asked, how do we contact the others? Use this. This is an information path GU worm. Jean Boudou took out a mortal GU and handed it to the elderly combat beast king. The elderly combat beast king had rank 8 cultivation level, but his knowledge was very narrow. Even he was amazed by this information path mortal GU, to think that GU worms can be used like this. This is their true use. The beast calamity true inheritance that I inherited is also like this. Jean Boudou smiled embarrassedly. Grandpa combat beast king, please don't blame me, my father told me to keep this a secret. The elderly combat beast king nodded, understandable. What does your father need me to do? For the time being, I would like to ask Grandpa Combat Beast King and the other Combat Beast Warriors to learn the orthodox GU cultivation method. We are not safe, we still have enemies outside. Jean Boudou concealed something. The elderly Combat Beast King was moved. Your father is willing to impart the true GU cultivation method to us? Of course, we are on the same side. We are on the same side. Jean Boudou smiled. Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. The Grand Tribulation that spread to Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven expended a lot of his immortal essence and energy, but it could not stop Fang Yuan. After resolving the calamity that threatened the Grotto Heaven almost single-handedly, Fang Yuan's reputation reached its peak. Next, with the help of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's owner, Jean Boudou, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was successfully fused into the sovereign immortal aperture. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations in this life. He made detailed deductions. After annexing the Grotto Heavens, he split them up and placed them in different areas of the sovereign immortal aperture. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven had several large gathering places. They each kept a portion of the Beast Calamity true inheritance. Fang Yuan placed Sacred Eagle City, Qingming Valley, Spirit Spring Forest, Mountain Cliff City, and Star Collection City in Mini Western Desert, Mini Southern Border, Mini Central Continent, Kokotahara, and Mini Blue Heaven. Of course, other than these, there were also a large number of resource points in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that were placed by Fang Yuan. Time was needed to digest these Grotto Heavens. The ecological aspects needed time to reach a balance again, and the patience of GU immortals to adjust them. Fang Yuan obtained myriad beings assimilation transformation again. At the same time, the Chilean heavenly spirit was left in the largest original location. Fang Yuan obtained over 200,000 transformation path Tao marks from this. In the previous life, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven only provided him with 100,000 transformation path Tao marks. But in this life, Fang Yuan made arrangements in advance. He had enough time and thus triggered the second Grand Tribulation. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven's original owner barely survived the first Grand Tribulation before dying. When Fang Yuan found Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, it was already close to the second Grand Tribulation. After passing the second Grand Tribulation, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven gained over 100,000 Tao marks. Thus, Fang Yuan's gains in transformation path Tao marks were twice as much as in the previous life. Dao marks were naturally something that one should have as many as possible. Oh, Bing Sai Chuan woke up and still wants to cooperate with me? Fang Yuan only smiled when he received this news. Even though Longevity Heaven could not contact Fang Yuan directly, they immediately thought of a way. They knew that Southern Border's righteous path had been extorted by Fang Yuan before. They definitely had a way to contact Fang Yuan. After discussing with one of the Southern Border superforces, they paid a certain price to obtain this method. Bing Sai Chuan immediately contacted Fang Yuan, expressing his desire to cooperate with Fang Yuan again. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was still a little bewildered. But in this life, Fang Yuan was well aware of it. Bing Sai Chuan's plan is to gather all the forces that he can use to snatch Fate Gu. However, I also need these people to attack Celestial Court and probe it for me, drawing away their firepower. There were many things in Celestial Court that made Fang Yuan wary. For example, Genesis Lotus painting path method in the tower, or the match between the two Venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Fang Yuan agreed to cooperate with Bing Sai Chuan. This made Bing Sai Chuan suspicious. Why did Fang Yuan agree so easily? I'm afraid he is suspicious, he just wants to see what I do next. Bing Sai Chuan frowned. He felt that he needed to find a chance to fight alongside Fang Yuan to show his sincerity. But after thinking for a while, Bing Sai Chuan did not find any suitable targets. In the previous life, he did not have such a problem. Be it the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time or the battle for Dragon Palace, he could work together with Fang Yuan to resist them. But in this life, Fang Yuan changed a lot after rebirth. He obtained Dragon Palace in advance. Celestial Court in the River of Time suffered a crushing defeat. It had not recovered yet. It did not dare to step into this forbidden zone created by Fang Yuan. Celestial Court. Qin Dingling looked at Feng Juji, a faint smile on her face. Speak. Why did you come looking for me? Qin Dingling admired this outstanding junior, the future Dao Guardian of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Feng Joga hesitated before speaking. I want to borrow Senior's rank 8 luck path Immortal GU responsive luck. Qin Dingling was surprised for a moment, and then she understood. Okay, I promise you. Saying so, she handed Yi Immortal GU to Feng Joga. Feng Juji could not help but be surprised. Qin Dingling said, I know you are creating a new killer move. This responsive luck Immortal GU will be of great help to you. Otherwise, with your nature, you would not ask to borrow this GU worm from me. Feng Joga nodded, receiving Yi Immortal GU, that is correct. He had already created 80% of Destiny Song. He found that rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal GU could not contain the Grand Destiny Song. He needed a Luck Path Immortal GU as the core. According to Feng Joga's understanding, responsive Luck Immortal GU was the most suitable for him. Qin Dingling looked at this Immortal GU and sighed. I did not create this responsive Luck Immortal GU's Immortal GU recipe. I had secretly read Giant Sun Immortal's manuscript. In the future, when you use this GU to deal with Northern Plains GU Immortals, you will be giving them a taste of their own medicine. I will give this Immortal GU to you. Feng Joga thanked Qin Dingling, saying, this GU is not complete yet. I need to go to the River of Time and observe the past and present, observing the paths of all living beings. Qin Dingling frowned. According to what I know, even though Celestial Court is working hard, they have only built one-time path Immortal GU house. If you want to go to the River of Time now, you are courting death. Let me see your luck. I want to see if there are any opportunities hidden within. Chapter 1933. The River of Time flowed without end. Celestial Court. Discussion Hall. Celestial Court's GU Immortals were gathered here. There were few who had not arrived yet. This was the largest gathering in Celestial Court in the past 1,000 years. Duke Long sat at the highest level, looking around. Since we have reached an agreement, let's do it. Whether we can restore Celestial Court to its former glory will depend on everyone's hard work. We will do our best. The Immortals replied in unison. They were united in their determination. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention that concerned the 5 regions and the world, the highly anticipated Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had finally begun. When news spread, The world was shaken. Thanks to Fang Yuan's publicity, the GU Immortals all knew of the significance of this refinement path convention. But the mortal GU Masters did not know. They only thought that this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was no different from the previous ones. The GU Masters got up and set off towards Central Continent. Each Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would attract GU Masters from the other 4 regions to participate. It was a huge event that spanned across the 5 regions. But this time, it was different from the start. Western Desert. A large group of GU Masters stood in front of the regional wall. A youngster exclaimed, "Father, if I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not have imagined such a grand scene in the world. This is the regional wall. After passing through here, we will go to Central Continent." The middle-aged GU Master beside the youngster said, "Once we enter the regional wall, our vision will be restricted. You need to stay close to me and not get separated. Do you understand?" "Yes, Father, I will remember." The youngster nodded obediently. Millimeter. Zhongquan looked at his son, Zhongping, feeling gratified. His son had strong refinement path talent. For his growth and development, Zhongquan brought him on a long journey to Central Continent to participate in the Refinement Path Convention, to gain knowledge and train his abilities. What is that sound? At the next moment, Zhongquan raised his head in confusion. Next, his pupils shrunk. He was in deep shock. He saw a huge meteor the size of a hill falling towards them. The surrounding GU Masters screamed in shock. "How can this be? We are finished." At once, Zhongquan felt deep regret. If he had gone to Central Continent alone, his son Zhongping would not have died. Boom! The meteor fell and collided with the ground, causing an earth-shattering explosion. Zhongquan and the others were completely obliterated. In the sky, an Inkman GU Immortal glanced around coldly before quickly leaving. Similar scenes were happening all over the 5 regions. These GU Immortals were Fang Yuan's subordinates. They received his orders to stop the participants of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Next, Fang Yuan made a public declaration in jewel yellow skies. "Whoever participates in this Refinement Path Convention will be my, Fang Yuan's, enemy. Maybe one day, I will come and settle the score with you." The 5 regions GU Immortals could not help but sigh. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had just started and Fang Yuan had already made his move. As expected of the little devil sovereign, so arrogant and cruel. The Celestial Court was furious. Because of the obstruction of Fang Yuan's subordinates, the number of GU Masters participating in the convention was less than in previous years. This was not good for the restoration of Fate GU. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan's subordinates were only active in Northern Plains, Southern Border, Western Desert, and Eastern Sea. This way, Central Continent and the Celestial Court's GU Immortals could not go to the other 4 regions to protect them. At this crucial moment, if Central Continent and the Celestial Court's GU Immortals went to the other 4 regions, they would be provoking the 4 regions' super forces. The Celestial Court could only reprimand Fang Yuan for his crimes. At the same time, they contacted the 4 regions' Righteous Path forces, hoping that they would uphold the Righteous Path spirit and punish this demon. The 4 regions' Righteous Path responded, but few of them took action. Even if they took action, it was all bark and no bite. In the previous life, Fang Yuan made his move in Central Continent's territory, thus he was obstructed not long after. In this life, Fang Yuan made his move in advance and immediately reaped great rewards. The wave of GU Masters swarming into Central Continent was effectively stopped. No one was willing to lose their lives just to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Furthermore, the 4 regions' superforces had already stopped their own GU Masters from participating in the convention, causing this Central Continent Refinement Path Convention to be much quieter. Central Continent, Guiyi Sect. As one of the registration locations for the Refinement Path Convention, this place was bustling with noise and excitement. The Refinement Path Convention has finally begun. Strange, why do I not see anyone from the other 4 regions? Luo Sheng sighed. In the previous Refinement Path Convention, he had lost to a Northern Plains GU Master due to an accident. This time, he made a comeback. He wanted to see a Northern Plains GU master as his opponent. Luo Sheng was anxious, he wanted to prove himself. But Central Continent is too big, the 5 regions are too big, there will always be geniuses. He glanced around and found that 3 of the people present were strong opponents for him. One was an old man who had been famous for many years, he was also a refinement pathmaster. The other was a young man and a girl with bright eyes. The former had shone brilliantly in the previous refinement path convention, while the latter was a rising genius in the last 10 years. The competition in this refinement path convention is going to be so intense. I need to make good use of this opportunity, I cannot miss it. I need to prove myself, I need to make my wife and son hold their heads high. Boom. At the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire registration hall into pieces. All of his grand ambitions vanished into thin air and vanished into thin air. Those young GU masters with bright futures and talented girls who were the center of attention died on the spot, they were crushed into meat paste, their blood and bones mixed together, even their corpses could not be identified. In the sky, Bai Ningbing's figure flashed. She was in charge of moving. After arriving at the location, she released the ancient year beast. As for the result, Fang Yuan had already said that she did not need to care. Earlier, Fang Yuan had sent variant human GU immortals to kill the participating GU master groups in the 4 regions. Now, he ordered Shadow Sect's immortals to infiltrate Central Continent and use ancient year beasts to destroy the competition locations, causing many tragedies. Countless elite GU masters were sacrificed. After learning of this, Celestial Court immediately spread the truth. So there really are immortals in this world. The culprit behind all of this is Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you killed my father, I will definitely take revenge for this. Sigh, even though I am rank 5, if I do not become a GU immortal, I will still be an ant. Immortals are high above us, why should I lose my life for a mere refinement path convention? I will go, I will go. I will definitely go. If we do not participate in this convention, isn't that what Fang Yuan wants to see? Some were fearful, some were shocked, some retreated, while some were firm in their confidence. This is inciting the anger of the people, accumulating their will. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not know the motive behind Celestial Court's actions, but in this life, he was very clear about it. Fang Yuan ordered to gather all of his subordinates. Celestial Court and Central Continent's GU immortals accumulated their anger and hatred. They were about to attack when they found that Fang Yuan's subordinates had disappeared. Didn't Fang Yuan want to destroy the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? Why did he stop? The 4 regions' super forces that were watching the show were very puzzled. And in a secret meeting in Southern Border, Wu Yong analyzed a portion of Fang Yuan's thoughts. Fang Yuan gained an advantage. If he continues, Celestial Court will be able to deduce everyone's location, his subordinates will suffer huge losses. Will Fang Yuan still take action? Someone asked. Of course. Wu Yong said without hesitation, but before that, we need to make a move secretly. In the previous life, Fang Yuan personally took action and wreaked havoc everywhere, but after a while, he was marked by the killer move people's accusation. He could only hide and let Bai Ningbing and the rest take action. But in this life, Fang Yuan had been hiding, ordering his subordinates to wreak havoc and slaughter everywhere. But the others were not like Fang Yuan, they did not have wisdom path methods to defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Thus, Fang Yuan only ordered Bai Ningbing and the rest to attack once before ordering them to hide. This refinement path convention was just the beginning. Chapter 1934. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was in full swing, but Fang Yuan's group was nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan's order to retreat was so thorough that the 5 regions' GU immortals had a misconception that Fang Yuan's massacre earlier was just a facade. What is Fang Yuan doing? The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is still going on, why don't you make a move? You are little demon Venerable, don't tarnish your reputation. The 4 regions' super forces criticized silently, they were very anxious, hoping that Fang Yuan would take action and lead the way for them. But Fang Yuan, who had always been at odds with Celestial Court, unexpectedly hid himself and did not move at all. The four regions' forces were about to feel resentment, they could only watch as the days passed. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention went through layers of selections, all sorts of refinement path elites started to compete on a higher level. The number of major competition venues in Zhengzhou State was also greatly reduced. In every venue, Celestial Court arranged several Central Continent GU immortals to guard it. Under such a situation, Fang Yuan sent orders again, by Ning Bing, Bing Yuan, and the GU immortals of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven moved out. Central Continent, Xian Wu Mountain Range. By Ning Bing, you are the accomplice of a villain, you will get retribution. A female immortal of Spirit Affinity House was guarding this place, she left behind some harsh words before leaving. Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, you escaped quite quickly. Xian Wu Mountain Range was a super resource point of Spirit Affinity House, it had a huge area, it was known as a treasure trove of immortal materials. In case anything unexpected happens, I need to act quickly. Bai Ning Bing started to loot. Central Continent, Prisoner Valley. This is the place. Steel Rush Warrior looked around. Frost Butterfly Warrior was with him. Activate. Activating the killer move, a large formation appeared in front of them. Transformation. The two rank 7 GU immortals from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven did not hesitate, they used their most proficient methods. One turned into a giant with a bull head and human body, the other turned into a miniature person in butterfly clothes, cold air permeated the surroundings. Immortal killer moves were activated one after another, the formation lasted for a while before collapsing. Southflower thistles, the entire valley is filled with immortal materials. The Steel Rush Warrior was pleasantly surprised. The Frost Butterfly Warrior was even more straightforward, directly freezing the Southflower thistles and frantically harvesting them. Zhengzhou State, Red River Beach. The Central Continent GU immortals who rushed over were furious. They arrived too late and saw nothing but ruins. There was not a single crimson firestone left on the beach. It was too clean. Fang Yuan didn't make a move, but once he did, he shook the world again. Almost all of his GU immortals were sent out, even the Hairy Man GU immortals were no exception. These people received Fang Yuan's orders, they did not attack the tightly guarded venue of the Refinement Path Convention, they attacked the resource points with weaker defenses. Every time a resource point was breached, this group of people would carry out inhumane looting. After plundering, he even used a killer move to carry out destructive destruction. For a time, the entire Zhengzhou state was set ablaze, and major resource points were robbed and destroyed. Every time Fang Yuan succeeded in a place, he would publish the impact of that place's capture in jewel yellow skies. The GU immortals of the 5 regions were in an uproar. How can Fang Yuan have so many subordinates? So many GU immortals, he has already surpassed an ordinary super force. How much strength does he have hidden? After the GU immortals were shocked, they felt envy and jealousy. Fang Yuan's subordinates had varying battle strength, but even the weakest GU immortal could succeed. For the Refinement Path Convention, the defenses of these resource points were too weak. Many strong GU immortals thought, these variant human GU immortals can snatch them, why can't I? Even weaker GU immortals had their own thoughts, the bones and meat are all taken by those experts, I can at least get some leftovers, right? Thus, similar to the previous life, the GU immortals of the 4 regions could no longer hold back, especially those demonic immortals and lone cultivators. These people took the initiative to attack the various Central Continent resource points. Central Continent's situation was completely ruined. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's expression was ashen. No matter how much self-restraint she had, she was still enraged when she saw the news of resource points being attacked and looted like snowflakes floating towards her. Fang Yuan. She gritted her teeth, emitting intense killing intent. It was this culprit that caused people's hearts to change. Central Continent became the prey of the other 4 regions, it was plundered and suffered huge losses. But Fairy Myrtle, Duke Long, and Qin Dingling could do nothing about it. Central Continent was too big, it was at the center, surrounded by the other 4 regions. And there were too few GU immortals, They could not be allocated to a large number of resource points, the gap was too big. This gave the bandits and thieves a chance to take advantage of them. The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. Qin Ding Ling sighed. Duke Long had an indifferent expression. For the sake of the greater good, sacrifices are unavoidable. Everything is for the refinement path convention. It is fine to give up these immortal materials. As long as this GU is repaired, they will spit it back hundreds or thousands of times over. Central Continent was in a state of passively taking a beating. Fang Yuan's timing was too good, it was neither too close nor too far. Celestial Court had no choice but to increase the defenses of the GU refinement sites. These were all elites. If they lost too many of them, Central Continent's battle potential would be greatly reduced. If they were placed in front of them, it would also greatly affect the recovery of Fate GU. Fang Yuan's choice of targets was also very ingenious. For example, Xianwu mountain range was too wide, it naturally had weak defenses. There were also places like Prisoner Valley and Red River Beach. They had been plundered in Fang Yuan's previous life. Fang Yuan knew about these places. Together with his meticulous planning, Fang Yuan's subordinates had a high success rate. They could plunder so easily and gain so much. This greatly stimulated the GU immortals of the other 4 regions. The GU immortals of the other 4 regions moved out to attack the resource points. Central Continent did not completely give up on the defense of the resource points. In fact, many of the resource points were guarded by experts. At once, battles of all sizes erupted. GU immortals fought rapidly. Once they found out that a resource point had strong defenses, the attacking side would wisely give up and choose to attack another location. Anyway, Central Continent had so many resource points, why would they fight to the death in one place? Western Desert Earth Path GU Immortal Shi Gandang attacked, destroying the Earth-Chi rock forest and obtaining a large number of round Kuan stones. Forgotten Daoist successfully stole the Spirit Lake spring water, even though this resource point was guarded by ancient soul sects expert Yang Feng. Xiao Hu Kai, Xiao Shirang, and Pai Shuihan worked together and succeeded, but they could not divide the loot evenly. They started to fight. The Zhongzhou state was in a state of war and chaos. Fairy Myrtle stayed in Celestial Court. Each day felt like a year. Finally, Old Man Zheng Yuan spoke. The initial accumulation of human will is complete. We can use the first human path killer move. Fairy Myrtle was overjoyed. She quickly asked the old man to make a move. Old Man Zheng Yuan nodded his head and stood up shakily. Then, a majestic and mighty aura suddenly exploded from his body. Immortal killer move, People's United Heart. The accumulated human will was quickly expended. There was not much left. At the same time, all of Central Continent's GU immortals, GU masters, and mortals were covered in a layer of light. The light flashed for a moment. It was like an illusion. But Central Continent's people soon found out something special. Their minds were connected. They could sense each other's true intentions and thoughts. The fear of being attacked, the pain and hatred from the death of their friends and family, the worry for their lives, and the anticipation for their future. There had never been a moment like this where the hearts of Central Continent's people were tightly connected. Free Scholar, who was hiding in the GU refinement area, was discovered, but he still took revenge, killing the Central Continent GU immortal guarding it. Southern Borders secluded immortal Zheng Qing's identity was also exposed, but he had no enmity towards Central Continent and Celestial Court. He was sent out politely. What a great human path killer move, People's United Hearts, it is truly mystical. Shen Shong used dual yellow skies to communicate with Fang Yuan. His exact location was unknown. Fang Yuan only knew that he had already left Eastern Sea. He might be somewhere in Central Continent now. What did you comprehend? Can we counter these human path killer moves? Fang Yuan asked. He had already told Shen Shong about the other human path killer moves in his memories. Shen Shong sighed. To deal with these killer moves, the fastest way is to destroy the human wills. Without the human wills as a foundation, human path killer moves cannot be used. But I deduced that these human wills should be stored in Celestial Court. Then what else can we do? Fang Yuan asked. Shen Shong sighed again. Then we can only break the killer moves directly. This is very difficult. I need a lot of time. Don't worry, since I promised you, I will do my best. I also do not want to see Celestial Court repair Fate Gu. Fang Yuan continued to wait patiently. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance Immortals. They suddenly appeared in front of Hairy Foot Mountain. Follow me, let us destroy infallible blessed land and take away all the success Dao marks. We will make Celestial Court fail on the verge of success. Wu Yong took the lead. We will follow Lord Alliance leader closely. The Southern Alliance Immortals responded in unison. Their morale soared as they followed behind. Celestial Court immediately received the information. Fairy Myrtle's expression was grim, her eyes shined with cold light. Wu Yong. Chapter 1935. Myriad Year flying warship floated in the sky. Fang Yuan looked at the formation in front of him with a smile. He had come to Yi Tian Mountain again. This time, he would definitely capture all the dream realms here. The timing was perfect. On one hand, Wu Yong and the rest led the Southern Alliance experts to attack Central Continent. Southern Border was in its weakest state in history. On the other hand, the great battle in Central Continent had just begun. This might be the last period of free time for Fang Yuan. Different from the previous life, I have taken the initiative and defeated the Celestial Court. The secret of my rebirth is widely known. The Celestial Court will definitely target me. Their methods and arrangements are definitely different from the previous life. I should let the 4 regions GU Immortals take the lead and investigate the situation for me. Fang Yuan had a good grasp of the situation. At this point, Fang Yuan's rebirth advantage was almost gone. His previous life's memories could not be used as a reference for an existence like the Celestial Court. The Celestial Court was not stupid to the point of not making any changes. If Fang Yuan charged at the front, he might fall into the swamp of battle and be unable to escape. He might even die. After all, the Celestial Court's foundation was unfathomable. Fang Yuan could not be sure that the immortal Venerable methods in his memories were all the trump cards of the Celestial Court. Immortal Killer Move Refinement Rain Formation. Light rain started to fall from the sky. The rain quickly seeped into the formation. There were naturally GU Immortals guarding the formation. The GU Immortals were in a panic. The formation could not resist it. The outer edges had already been refined by Fang Yuan. Even though this formation was set up by Kai Chuyu, Fang Yuan had secretly conducted Dream Realm transactions with Kai Chuyu, entering this place many times and obtaining a lot of information. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment and wisdom path attainment, together with refinement rain formation, could counter this formation. This demon Fang Yuan did not attack Central Continent, he actually returned to Southern Border. What do we do? Call for help. Almost all of our rank 8 GU Immortals were brought to Central Continent by Lord Wu Yong. Even so, we still have to inform the lords of this news. The Southern Border GU Immortals discussed for a while, but no one dared to go out and fight Fang Yuan, nor could they ask for reinforcements. They could only activate the immortal formation and make some changes. The immortal array kept changing, causing Fang Yuan's refining efficiency to drop significantly. However, Fang Yuan was secretly delighted. The changes in the formation allowed him to see the mysteries contained within it. With the help of the light of wisdom, deciphering these mysteries was a piece of cake. Central Continent. The Southern Alliance's GU Immortals had already entered the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Wu Yong and the others received this information. What? The dream was attacked. It's that thief, Fang Yuan. Does he even see the big picture? Why are you still attacking us at this time? The Southern Alliance GU Immortals were furious. Wu Yong was silent for a while before saying, "Of course he can see the big picture." Lord Wu Yong, what do you mean? Ba's expression was dark. Fang Yuan's actions had already severely harmed the benefits of Southern Border's righteous path. Everyone knew that these dream realms had huge value. Furthermore, as the Great Era approached, they would become more and more important. Wu Yong smiled instead. If Fang Yuan did not see the big picture, he would have attacked the dream realms long ago. He would not wait until we make a move in Central Continent. He might even want to use us as cannon fodder. Then wouldn't we be sacrificing ourselves for him? Someone spoke with an indignant tone. No. Wu Yong shook his head. Once Fate Gu is repaired, it will pose a much greater threat to us than the otherworldly demon Fang Yuan. Now that he is reborn, we might have also taken the initiative to attack like this in the previous life. But there is no other way, we have to take action. This is the true big picture of the 5 regions. Everyone, before we came here, I had already warned you that your homes might be attacked. Be it your family, friends, or even your foundation, facing destruction and slaughter, these are all trivial matters now. If the Celestial Court has the complete Fate Gu, we will be at the mercy of others, we will have no future. Wu Yong said this, his gaze was like lightning as he looked at the immortals, saying loudly, I want to order all the Gu immortals defending the formation to retreat, don't make unnecessary sacrifices. I know this order is very risky, but even if my Wu clan's headquarters are destroyed by Fang Yuan, I will not retreat a single step. Wu Yong's determination made the immortals feel a chill in their hearts. The Southern Alliance's Gu immortals condensed into a fist again, charging into the depths of the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Wu Yong's order was transmitted to Southern Border's side, the Gu immortals defending the formation let out sighs of relief, they took away all the immortal Gu they could and started to move. A moment later, Fang Yuan refined the empty formation, not a single Southern Border Gu immortal could be seen. After he dismantled the formation, he obtained an information path Gu worm. Inside the Gu worm was a letter that Wu Yong had specially written for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan scanned it with his divine sense, he could see the contents of the letter clearly. There were few sentences in the letter, it only stated one point: Celestial Court and the threat of fate, Central Continent's strength, and the insignificance of the 4 regions. There was no suggestion for Fang Yuan to stop. This Wu Yong. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh. Earlier, it was he who made things difficult for him, using political methods to resist Fang Yuan's extortion, causing Fang Yuan to suffer huge losses. And now, it was Wu Yong who took the initiative to order the Southern Border Gu immortals to give up on defense and retreat, saving Fang Yuan a lot of effort. If these Southern Border Gu immortals defended to the death, they would definitely delay Fang Yuan for a long time. After Fang Yuan took away the Dream Realms, he could use the time saved to find trouble with the righteous path in all parts of Southern Border. Thus, Wu Yong's order was very bold and risky. But Wu Yong was sure that Fang Yuan had the big picture in mind, he would not continue to cause trouble in Southern Border. It was like how Fang Yuan knew that if he made a move here, Wu Yong would not give up on Central Continent and return to defend against him. In fact, Fang Yuan did not intend to find trouble with Southern Border's righteous path. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan took away all of the Dream Realms here. Yitian Mountain saw the light of day once again, the traces of Gu immortal battles were engraved here. The entire mountain was covered in wilderness, there were no signs of life, it was no longer the scenery of the past. Fang Yuan began to rush towards Central Continent. While moving, he turned these dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. In the upcoming battle, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies would be his trump card. In the previous life, when his pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, it was blocked by Feng Kim Hoang. In this life, Feng Kim Hoang probably also had this ability. But there was only one Feng Kim Hoang, and he was only a mortal Gu master. Fang Yuan, however, had the initiative, he could choose any battlefield he wanted. Celestial Court, Central Great Hall. Duke Long, Fairy Myrtle, and Qin Ding Ling were guarding the central area. Old Man Zheng Yuan was also invited in. The latest news, Southern Border's Gu Immortals have broken the first formation, they are going to the second formation. Fang Yuan appeared on Southern Border's Yitian Mountain, he broke the formation and took all the Dream Realms. Fairy Myrtle suddenly said. Duke Long said solemnly, Fang Yuan will not continue to cause trouble in Southern Border. He will definitely rush to Central Continent to join the battle. It seems that we will have to face the Dream Realms. Fairy Myrtle nodded. We are truly fortunate that Feng Kim Hoang created the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. They can suppress this dream path method of Fang Yuan. Duke Long chuckled. You think this is luck? No, this is the effect of fate. Celestial Court will not lose this battle. they cannot lose either. Right at this time, Fairy Myrtle suddenly gasped in surprise. The deities of Southern Frontier have broken the second formation, they are going to the third formation. So fast. Qin Ding Ling was also very surprised. Inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, the Immortals' morale rose greatly. Kai Chuyu, good job. As expected of Southern Border's only formation path Great Grandmaster. With Kai Chuyu here, why would we worry about the formation not breaking? Ha ha ha. Just earlier, when the Immortals entered the second formation, Kai Chuyu said, wait. Next, he observed for a while before directing the Immortals to quickly and ingeniously break the formation. Kai Chuyu, who was praised by the Immortals, shook his head. To speak the truth, I did not see through this formation, I obtained information from Fang Yuan. The Southern Border Immortals' expressions froze. Kai Chuyu continued, with my methods, I can see through it quickly too. But I would have to use a forbidden technique to damage my lifespan. It seems that Fang Yuan has definitely been reborn. He probably passed this formation in his previous life, he knows about it like the back of his hand. Everyone nodded, agreeing with this. But they did not know that the profundity of this formation was actually Kai Chuyu himself who told Fang Yuan. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan rushed to Hairy Foot Mountain from the Emperor City battlefield, the Immortals thought of using the 5 regional limit formation to break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. But without the complete formation diagram, and setting up a formation in the enemy's formation, it was extremely difficult. Fang Yuan used his wisdom path and formation path attainment, working together with Kai Chuyu and Black Extremity, they deduced together and quickly deduced the complete formation diagram. During this process, in order to let Fang Yuan and Black Extremity understand the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Kai Chuyu and Black Extremity told them about their experiences in breaking the formation. Since Wu Yong told the Southern Border Immortals to retreat, it showed his sincerity and determination. Fang Yuan teaching them this time could be considered returning the favor. Knowing this situation, Wu Yong had a complex feeling. He sighed. It seems that Fang Yuan has already arrived in Central Continent. Fang Yuan understood Wu Yong also understood Fang Yuan. The two had an indescribable tacit understanding. Even though normally, they would want each other to die immediately. In fact, in the previous life, in order to break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, Fang Yuan asked for dream realms from the Southern Alliance. Wu Yong did not hesitate, he gave the order to let them go. Fang Yuan teleported back to Southern Border, the defensive formation opened and allowed him to take away the dream realms inside. But later, when Fang Yuan used these dream realms to turn into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, they were blocked by Feng Kim Hoang, they could not break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Using Fang Yuan's guidance, the Southern Alliance's GU Immortals broke 2 more formations, their efficiency was simply shocking. Celestial Court reacted. Fairy Myrtle frowned as she thought of a solution, but suddenly, a rainbow appeared above Celestial Court. Rainbow light filled the sky, rank 8 Immortal GU House Calamity Luck Altar shot out from within. Celestial Court, we are here. Bing Sai Chuan shouted with high morale. Chapter 1936. Celestial Court. Colorful lights filled the sky as a huge rank 8 Immortal GU house flew out. It was a round altar with 3 layers, it was grand and grand. There were many pillars on the altar, the white jade railings were shining with dazzling light. Calamity Luck Altar. Qin Ding Ling's pupils shrunk as she looked at it, she had a complex expression. She saw the Immortal GU house that Giant Sun Immortal had personally constructed, but the latter had already passed away. Even an immortal Venerable would die eventually. Celestial Court. On the other side, Bing Sai Chuan, who was inside Calamity Luck Altar, was shaking with excitement. Finally, he had entered this place and carried out the plan that Giant Sun Immortal had given him, to seize Fate GU and refine Destiny GU. He really entered. 5 Elements Grandmaster, who was accompanying him, was very surprised and overjoyed. Is the defense of Celestial Court so weak? Of course not. Bull Demon explained, this is Ancestor Giant Sun's arrangement. Back then, golden-hooped great immortal invited ancestor giant Sun to visit Celestial Court. He said on the surface that he wanted to invite ancestor giant Sun to join Celestial Court. Ancestor giant Sun secretly arranged this move and left it for the future. Five Elements Grandmaster heard this and could not help but click his tongue. Giant Sun Immortal's plan was truly ancient. He actually managed to plan it until now. Let's go. We need to use the route that limitless demon Venerable created back then to break into Central Great Hall and enter Heaven Overseeing Tower to seize Fate Gu. Bing Sai Chuan had just given the order when the surrounding colorful lights suddenly changed direction. Calamity Luck Altar was actually moved far away by the colorful lights. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method, the Chi Wall, had already activated and trapped Calamity Luck Altar inside the Chi Wall. On the other side, Qin Ding Ling's expression was pale as she laid on the ground. She had already used all her strength to make slight adjustments to Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements. As for the so-called trap against Northern Plains Longevity Heaven, using an Immortal Venerable's method was the most reliable. The Chi Wall killer move that Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable left for Celestial Court spread everywhere. The three demon Venerables attacked Celestial Court one after another, leaving behind three paths that did not have Chi Walls. However, the other places were still filled with Chi Walls. Qin Ding Ling used all her strength to shift Calamity Luck Altar's position, sending it into the Chi Wall. At that moment, Calamity Luck Altar was unable to move. There was an immense pressure from all directions. Fairy Myrtle helped Qin Ding Ling up and said in admiration, "Senior, it's all thanks to you." Qin Ding Ling sighed and said in a bleak tone, "I didn't expect that after I woke up and used all my strength, I could only slightly deflect his attack." Sigh. Duke Long walked forward slowly, his expression indifferent. "Let's go. Let's welcome our guests." Damn it. The Celestial Court actually knew that we were going to attack, so they set up an ambush in advance. Bing Sai Chuan's expression changed, turning steely green. The surprise attack that he had been looking forward to for a long time had just begun, but he had already lost control of the situation. He activated Calamity Luck Altar with all his strength, but the Chi Wall killer move was too powerful. Even this rank 8 Immortal GU house could barely teleport, its speed was unbearable. What made Longevity Heaven's GU Immortals feel even more despair was that the Chi Wall had an extremely strong self-recovery ability. When Calamity Luck Altar charged over, the Chi Wall behind it would quickly close up. While Longevity Heaven's group was facing a huge setback, Eastern Sea's GU Immortals arrived at Hidden Dragon Cave. To think that Hidden Dragon Cave was here. Song Chi Yuan sighed. Granny Rong laughed sinisterly. This place is indeed hidden, but there is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. Yang Zihe added, back then, when Di Zongsheng caused trouble in Central Continent, Duke Long suppressed him and sealed him here. It was a huge matter. But because of the long history, the Celestial Court was too ruthless in order to eradicate the Dragon Man race. He. Speaking of which, Duke Long is also a ruthless person. For the cause of the Celestial Court, he even sacrificed his descendants. Shen Tsongsheng commented in a mocking tone. 8 Eastern Sea GU Immortals arrived. This situation was the same as in the previous life. In order to achieve this goal, Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort secretly. On one hand, he used Qi Si ancestor's identity to hint to Song Chi Yuan, Hua Cai Yun, and the rest. On the other hand, he used Fang Yuan's identity to contact Shen Tsongsheng. The third was the 4 Eastern Sea lone cultivators. They were all Dragon Palace generals now. They obeyed Fang Yuan's orders and cooperated with him. Fang Yuan did not know the location of Hidden Dragon Cave, but after obtaining Dragon Palace, there were naturally records of it. Back then, when Duke Long suppressed Di Zongsheng, the Dragon Man race had put in a lot of effort. With this secret, Fang Yuan used the 4 dragon generals to leak this information and influence the decisions of the Eastern Sea GU Immortals in all aspects. Eastern Sea's rank 8 GU Immortals were different from the Southern Alliance and Longevity Heaven. They did not have too much of an adventurous spirit. They did not have a strong desire to seize Dragon Palace in this life. Fang Yuan encouraged them to go to Hidden Dragon Cave and release Di Zongsheng, to create trouble for the Celestial Court. Once Di Zongsheng is released, the world would be turned upside down. blood would flow and lives would be lost. He did not need these Eastern Sea GU immortals to take the lead. Once Central Continent's attention is drawn away, GU immortals would attack Di Zongsheng, other areas would be relatively empty, Eastern Sea's GU immortals would have a chance to make a huge profit. There was another benefit: Di Zongsheng would attack Central Continent's mortals. The more people he killed, the greater the losses to Central Continent's foundation. Eastern Sea's Righteous Path Rank 8s would not attack mortals with their own identities, it would damage their reputation. Now that Di Zongsheng was doing it, it was the best choice. Western Desert's border. The weak regional wall was right in front of them. The 5 regions are really going to become one. The regional wall that once restricted us has become so thin now. Fang Gong looked at the scene in front of him and sighed. Fang Yuan's clone Fang Di Chang had an important position in Fang Clan. He had convinced Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder this time, and even many Western Desert superforces had come together. This was a much stronger lineup than in the previous life. But it took a lot of time to gather so many GU immortals, so the immortals only gathered now. Oh no, that Blood Path demonic immortal is causing trouble in our clan. Right at this time, Sun Clan sent a bad report. There is also a brand new immemorial desolate beast destroying our clan's oasis. Mo Clan's GU immortals also received bad news. Everyone. I'm afraid this is the Celestial Court's scheme. They are just trying to hold us back and make us unable to stop them from repairing Fate GU. Fang Di Chang immediately analyzed. Even though he had no evidence, in order to calm these GU immortals, he did not mind making irresponsible remarks. No, I need to hurry back. Earlier, I objected to the fact that all of us had to move out. Our rear is simply too empty. Now, it is as expected. In my opinion, we should be more conservative. Our Western Desert's resources are all gathered in the oasis. If the oasis is destroyed, without resources, our clan will lose its foundation. Western Desert's GU immortals discussed among themselves, all of them had the intention to retreat. Damn it. Fang Clan rose up too late, they do not have the ability to mobilize and influence us. Fang Di Chang gritted his teeth, he could only watch as a portion of Sun Clan and Mo Clan's people retreated. These 2 clans' GU immortals are the weakest, they are only dealing with these 2 clans, I'm afraid the Celestial Court is behind this. Fang Di Chang also reacted at this time. A portion of Sun Clan and Mo Clan's GU immortals returned, the other clans naturally had to return as well, otherwise, the balance of strength would be affected. Western Desert's GU immortal world had been in chaos for a while because of Fang Clan's rise, their relationship was tense and they did not trust each other. There was another fundamental reason: in history, Western Desert had never had such a large-scale alliance between superforces. Western Desert's GU immortal world had never had a fixed overlord, unlike Southern Borders Wu Clan and Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. After some discussion, a portion of Western Desert's GU immortals returned to guard the rear. The remaining group was still stronger than in the previous life, they forcefully passed through the regional walls and rushed to Central Continent. Celestial Court. The battle report arrived in time. Hidden Dragon Cave is being attacked by Eastern Sea's Rank 8 GU immortals. Western Desert GU immortal elites have appeared at the western border, they are moving towards Emperor City. Fairy Myrtle spoke. At this time, Duke Long was slowly retreating from the battlefield. Calamity Luck Altar was surrounded by a chi wall, there was a large space inside. Celestial Court's GU immortal experts were attacking Calamity Luck Altar from all directions. If Calamity Luck Altar retaliated, these GU immortals would retreat and hide inside the chi wall, it was extremely safe. After several fruitless attempts, Bing Sai Chuan could only activate Calamity Luck Altar's passive defense and slowly move forward. Because of the Celestial Court's GU immortals' attacks, Calamity Luck Altar could not move forward. There was basically nothing for Duke Long to do, the situation in Celestial Court's battlefield was already set, Longevity Heaven was trapped, it was only a matter of time before it was defeated. Duke Long heard Fairy Myrtle's report and had a plain expression. Chi Si Ancestor and Fang Yuan, are there no movements from them? There are no movements for now. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Duke Long was most wary of these 2. Qi ancestor had incredible strength, he could resist him. Such an existence's every move had to be paid attention to at all times. As for Fang Yuan, in Duke Long's opinion, he only had rank 7 cultivation level, but because he inherited Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance, nobody knew what methods he had. Thus, he had to be on guard at all times. Qi ancestor's attitude is still unclear, and after Fang Yuan snatched Southern Border's dream realms, he disappeared without a trace. He already has a large number of dream realms in his hands. Fairy Myrtle said slowly, looking like she was going to continue analyzing. What plan do you have? Duke Long interrupted her. Fairy Myrtle said, I plan to activate the formation and defend against the enemies. At the same time, I will force Fang Yuan and possibly Qi ancestor to act against us, forcing them to take action. Duke Long thought about it before nodding. All right. We should take the initiative to fight. If we use this battle to establish our might, the 5 regions war will be much easier in the future. Fairy Myrtle quickly left, sitting down at the center of a formation. She slowly activated the formation and threw out star constellation chessboard. The chessboard floated in the air and rotated on its own. Countless starlight flew in the sky like fireflies, entering the formation. Central continent's people soon sensed this phenomenon. Many people pointed at the sky and shouted, Look! There are starlight, there are actually stars in broad daylight. What is going on? Fang Dichang's group had just passed the regional wall when they saw this scene. Celestial Court has made a move. This did not happen in the previous life. Fang Yuan also came to Central Continent. He looked at the sky with a frown. Celestial Court had indeed prepared something different. Chapter 1937. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave. What is going on? The 8 Eastern Sea GU immortals quickly noticed the change in the sky. In broad daylight, Central Continent's sky was filled with dazzling starlight. This is likely Celestial Court's method, but we do not know its power. Qing Yuan said with a frown. What are you afraid of? We'll deal with it when it comes. With our lineup, who can stop us? Unless Celestial Court sends their main force to attack. Yang Zi he laughed loudly. That's true. Qing Yuan's frown eased a little. In the current situation, Celestial Court's priority was to repair Fate GU. Hidden Dragon Cave was only a small part of the overall situation. If Celestial Court sent a large force to block the Eastern Sea GU immortals, they would be ignoring the big picture. It would be a foolish move. Let's enter the formation. Destroy this formation and release Di Zongsheng. We will have a chance after he causes a huge commotion. Yang Zi he instigated inconspicuously. Let's wait and see. Since we are going to make a move, why are we in a hurry? Song Qi Yuan, however, was experienced and prudent. Since Celestial Court has already revealed their method, we should at least investigate it, right? Song Qi Yuan's words made the Eastern Sea GU immortals hesitate again. Yang Zi he and the other 4 dragon generals cursed internally. These Eastern Sea Righteous Path rank 8s were really slow. At this point, they had already expressed their hostility. They should hurry up and break the formation. They were concerned about this mysterious stars in daytime because they cherished themselves and did not want to take too many risks. If it were Northern Plains GU immortals, they would have already charged into the formation while screaming. No wonder Eastern Sea's GU immortal world was always suppressed despite having the most wealth. They could not compete with the GU immortals of other regions. Fang Yuan did not want these GU immortals to wait outside the formation. Since the 4 dragon generals were enslaved by Dragon Palace, they were naturally loyal. Granny Rong, who was among them, smiled as she asked, if this method has only just materialized and needs 3 days to activate, are we going to wait here for 3 days? This. Song Qi Yuan and the others couldn't help but hesitate. However, right at this moment, pillars of starlight suddenly shot down from the sky. The pillar of light was azure and translucent, its aura magnificent. More than 10 pillars of light shot down, surrounding the 8 Eastern Sea GU immortals. Next, the light pillars dissipated, leaving behind a Celestial Court GU immortal. The immortals of the Eastern Sea paled. In an instant, They were surrounded by the soldiers of the Celestial Court, and the situation took a turn for the worse. "You little rascals, how dare you offend my Celestial Court?" Zhong Fei Xiong's tone was cold and domineering. "Today is the day of your death." Wnz Hong licked her scarlet lips, her killing intent filling the air. "Those who offend my central continent must be killed no matter how far they are." Qin Song's face was solemn. "Cut the crap, I'm going first, wah." A female immortal of the Celestial Court impatiently charged forward. Her body was extremely plump, she was like a meteor that crashed towards the Eastern Sea GU immortals. She was fearless. The Eastern Sea GU immortals were not united, they immediately dispersed. The plump female immortal missed her target, she shouted in anger, "You cowards, why are you hiding? Come, fight me for 300 round. Flesh Whip immortal's temper is still so impatient. The Celestial Court GU immortals who understood the female immortal sighed helplessly. Senior Flesh Whip immortal is usually gentle and amiable, I did not expect her to be as rumored in battle. Many Celestial Court GU immortals were dumbfounded. For a moment, the female immortal known as Flesh Whip immortal chased after the 8 Eastern Sea GU immortals, her mouth was full of vulgarities. "Evil woman, don't be arrogant." Qing Yuan saw that this was not a problem, he turned around to fight. Flesh Whip immortal was overjoyed, "Finally, you are not escaping." Boom. Both of them activated their killer moves and collided fiercely, producing a thunderous explosion. Terrifying air waves surged, causing the surrounding wind and clouds to change violently. "Quickly support Little Whip," Qin Song ordered. Among these GU immortals, he was the most senior, Flesh Whip immortal was his junior. Central Continent's immortals rushed forward. Among them, there was Zhu Qe who cultivated Fire Path and Transformation Path. There was Whirling Boy who cultivated Space Path and had amazing killer moves. There was also Yi Qiaozi, Zhao Shanhe, Wu Shuang, Yu Zhuzi and so on, they were all famous Celestial Court experts. Celestial Court not only had a large number of people, they had already discussed tactics, they cooperated with tacit understanding and had amazing power. The 8 Eastern Sea GU immortals were forced to retreat, they could barely raise their heads. "This is a trap, retreat," Song Qi Yuan shouted, his voice hoarse. His words were immediately echoed by the other 3 righteous path experts. In the current situation, the enemy was strong while they were weak, it was not wise to fight rashly. The 4 dragon generals were silent. Without Fang Yuan's order, they would not retreat rashly. In the chaotic battle, Zhu Qe suddenly slapped with one palm, emitting a ray of fire. The fire was enchanting, like a beautiful blade light, it slashed towards Granny Rong. Granny Rong was fighting with Zhao Shanhe, she did not dodge when she saw the incoming blade light. At the crucial moment, Zhong Yin suddenly made a move, a shadow moved and successfully blocked the incoming fire. Hey! There is something fishy about these 2 GU immortals. Zhu Qe's expression changed slightly, she felt something was amiss. Compared to the previous life, she had woken up earlier and made many preparations. She knew about Granny Rong, Zhong Yin and the others. These 2 were lone immortals, but they trusted each other so much, it was very rare. But soon, Zhu Qe discovered that not only Zhong Yin and Granny Rong, there was also Yang Zihe and Shi Miao. These 4 rank 8s cooperated with each other, they truly trusted each other and had tacit understanding. Precisely because of their performance, they were able to maintain the situation and resist the attacks of the Celestial Court's GU immortals, they did not lose. Fairy Myrtle was already sitting at the center of the formation core. Starlight appeared in front of her, it was the scene of Hidden Dragon Cave. Although she was far away in Celestial Court, she had first-hand information on the battlefield. What is going on with these 4 Eastern Sea lone immortals? Their relationship should not be this deep. Don't tell me they signed some kind of strict alliance agreement to help each other. Fairy Myrtle did not think too much, now was not the time to make deductions. She thought about it and gave an order. Getting her order, Old Man Bei Feng, who was inside Hidden Dragon Cave's formation, immediately became energized, he activated the formation. The formation shined with a dense light, its power spread out and engulfed the battlefield. Oh no. Quickly leave. Once we enter the formation, we will probably be defeated one by one. The Eastern Sea Immortals had chaotic expressions, they shouted in shock. But how could the rank 8 GU Immortals of Celestial Court watch them leave? They immediately used killer moves to block them. The Eastern Sea GU Immortals could not break out, they could only join the Celestial Court's GU Immortals and get swept into the formation's power. Both sides entered Hidden Dragon Cave's formation. Old Man Beifong, who was controlling the formation, gave a muffled grunt, his face turned pale as blood flowed out of his nostrils. Even though Hidden Dragon Cave's formation was very powerful, with so many rank 8 GU Immortals inside, it was beyond Old Man Beifong's limits. Grandfather, are you alright? Feng Chanzi, who was beside him, had a concerned expression. He was Old Man Beifong's beloved grandson. If not for him taking the punishment in place of him and looking after Hidden Dragon Cave, Old Man Beifong would have already become a member of Celestial Court. But if I can make contributions in this battle, I will definitely be recruited by Celestial Court. Old Man Beifong's eyes shined with bright light, he was filled with fighting spirit. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were trapped in the formation, they were forced to split up. Celestial Court's GU Immortals were also sent to different areas. This formation is mainly used to suppress and seal Di Zongxing. It does not have the ability to cooperate with GU Immortals in battle. Every GU Immortal who enters the formation will be sent to a different area. Unless the formation is broken, there will not be two GU Immortals in the same area at the same time. Fairy Myrtle knew the details of Hidden Dragon Cave's formation, she immediately ordered the Celestial Court's GU Immortals to retreat. Meanwhile, the Eastern Sea Immortals were trapped in the formation. I will leave this place to you, Qin Song said before leaving. Don't worry, I will guard this place to the death and guard it. If anything happens, I will report it and wait for reinforcements. Old Man Beifong had a very respectful attitude. Good. Qin Song relaxed, he led the Celestial Court's GU Immortals out of the mountain. At this time, more than 10 pillars of light shot down from the sky. The blue starlight pillars enveloped each of the Celestial Court rank 8s. The pillars of light vanished along with the rank 8 GU Immortals inside them. Fang Di Chang and the rest moved the Immortal GU house towards Emperor City. Compared to the previous life, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was not progressing as fast as before because of Fang Yuan's disturbance, it had not reached the final competition yet. But evidently, Emperor City was the only place that could protect them without hindering the GU refinement and the restoration of fate. The Celestial Court had already heavily guarded that place, so Fang Di Chang urged the Western Desert Immortals to rush to Emperor City. The Western Desert Immortals were aggressive. But at the next moment, the Starlight Pillars appeared again, more than 10 GU Immortals from Celestial Court appeared. Kill. The female Immortal, Flesh Whip Immortal, charged forward again. But this time, the Western Desert GU Immortals were shocked but not flustered. They were all inside the Immortal GU houses, they felt exceptionally safe. Seeing Flesh Whip Immortal charging over, even rank 8 GU Immortals could not destroy the Immortal GU house instantly. What method is Celestial Court using? They actually teleported so many rank 8s out of thin air. Fang Di Chang did not think much. He immediately mobilized several Immortal GU houses to meet them. As a Wisdom Path GU Immortal who controlled the strongest Immortal GU house, Divine Bin Palace, he was chosen as the temporary leader and had the first command. The Immortal GU houses collided unreasonably, it was Celestial Court's GU Immortals' turn to retreat. Only 2 GU Immortals did not retreat. One was Zhong Fei Xiong, he turned into a giant with a bare head and a human body, he clashed with the Immortal GU houses. The other was Flesh Whip Immortal, she was also a Transformation Path GU Immortal, she had turned into an immemorial walking meat tree. The tree roots were like legs, they flew in the air while the branches were like countless flesh whips, they waved around fiercely. Crack crack crack. She also clashed with the Immortal GU houses, stopping the charge of several rank 7 Immortal GU houses and making them dizzy. Inside Divine Bin Palace, Fang Di Chang's expression was grim. Celestial Court has indeed made a change. But this change is too big. Zhong Fei Xiong, WNZ Hong, and Zhu Qa have awakened in advance. Even an expert like Flesh Whip Immortal has joined in. The most important thing is, what is this killer move? It can actually teleport more than 10 rank 8 GU Immortals at once. This is simply unheard of. With this move, Celestial Court would have the complete initiative. They could mobilize their main forces and attack wherever they wanted. This was a strategic killer move. Chapter 1938. Bam Bam Bam. The towering primordial walking meat tree was always at the forefront of the charge. Tens of thousands of octopus-like tentacles and branches waved fiercely with the sound of wind whistling. The immortal GU houses of Western Desert's GU Immortals were forced to retreat. Flesh Whip Immortal resisted an immortal GU house by herself. She was indeed a rank 8 expert who was qualified to sleep in Celestial Court's immortal graveyard, truly amazing. Of course, this was also the advantage of Transformation Path. Let us do it. At the crucial moment, Dawn Clan's GU Immortals stepped forward. Like in the previous life, Dawn Clan still dispatched the rank 7 immortal GU house Red River Wheel this time. This immortal GU house resembled a water wheel or a giant wheel, turning and rolling on its own. Flames surged and burned as it ruthlessly crushed the walking meat tree. The Celestial Court's GU Immortals saw this and focused their gazes. Immortal GU houses directly collided with each other, which was the most convenient, but it was usually not the strongest method of immortal GU houses. Immortal GU houses had different immortal killer moves depending on the immortal GU used and the method used. Right now, Red River Wheel had clearly activated its own killer move, immediately colliding with Flesh Whip Immortal with peerless power. The Celestial Court's GU Immortals were nervous. Similarly, Western Desert's GU Immortals were also very nervous. Red River Wheel was only a rank 7 immortal GU house, but it could contend with rank 8. If it collided with Flesh Whip Immortal, they would be evenly matched and would be seriously injured. However, this result was still slightly advantageous to Western Desert. Even if both sides were injured, Red River Wheel could recover as long as the GU worms were replaced. Flesh Whip Immortal's main body was injured, which was very troublesome, and the subsequent healing and recovery would be quite troublesome. Good. At the crucial moment, Flesh Whip Immortal did not retreat but instead advanced, shouting excitedly and rushing straight up. This guy, protect her. The Celestial Court's GU Immortals reached a consensus instantly. Zhong Fei Xiong roared and turned into a giant again, with a bare head and a human body, attacking Red River Wheel from the side. Red River Wheel's front and back are the strongest, but the side is the weakest. We will cover for Dawn Clan. Immortal GU House Jade Toad Castle crashed into Zhong Fei Xiong like a green meteor. Wan Zihong giggled, and countless petals drifted over the battlefield, landing on the Crimson River Wheel. The wheel's momentum continued to decline. The Fang family's chicken dog coop came to support. They released chickens and dogs and other ancient desolate beasts to attack Wan Zihong. Wan Zihong was still maintaining her killer move. She had no time to dodge. Yu Zhi and Yi Xiaozi appeared beside her. One of them sprinkled countless jade beads, making a tinkling sound. The other emitted balls of yellow light, sometimes slow, sometimes fast. The chickens and dogs and many other ancient desolate beasts were either injured by the jade beads or were temporarily trapped by the yellow light. They were suspended high in the sky, unable to move. Damn it, this Wan Zihong is the demoness who harmed Western Desert in history. She was recruited by Celestial Court. Dawn Tribe's GU Immortal was inside Red River Wheel, looking at Wan Zihong while gritting his teeth. The Dawn clan belonged to the Western Desert's righteous Tao, and they hated Western Desert's devils the most. Unfortunately, Wan Zihong was one of the most famous devils in history. The might of the Dawn clan's Crimson River Wheel continued to weaken. At this rate, it would be crushed by the walking meat tree. At the crucial moment, an immortal GU house that looked like a flower house in the forest exerted its power in the rear of the battlefield. Wan Zihong gasped and felt that her killer move was out of control. Countless petals swept towards the Celestial Court's GU Immortals instead. Wan Zihong gave a muffled groan, The killer move backfired and she suffered a lot of damage. Her eyes were like lightning as she stared at the culprit. It was Fang Clan's rank 7 immortal GU house, Fallen Flower Hall. Boom. At the next moment, the walking meat tree and Red River wheel finally collided. Both sides were immediately sent flying. Hundreds of fleshy tentacles of the walking meat tree were broken, while the surface of the Red River wheel was smashed beyond recognition. More than 3,000 GU worms were lost, and the Dawn Clan's GU immortals frantically repaired it. Really strong. Flesh Whip Immortal gritted her teeth and struggled to maintain the form of the walking meat tree. Although her injuries were not light, her fighting spirit was more vigorous. She was about to rush up again, but was stopped by Zhongfei Xiong. "Let me do it, go back and heal your injuries." Zhongfei Xiong had been sent flying by the immortal GU house before, but now he flew back and immediately replaced Flesh Whip Immortal. Flesh Whip Immortal was very stubborn and refused to retreat. "I won't. Let me rush, no one can stop me." As soon as she finished speaking, a giant pillar of starlight shot down from above her head, covering Flesh Whip Immortal. Flesh Whip Immortal, in the next moment, she disappeared with the giant pillar of starlight and returned to the Celestial Court. In the battlefield of the Celestial Court, Calamity Luck Altar was still struggling to move forward, trying to break free from the Qi wall, but Duke Long firmly blocked in front of it. Duke Long's tall body was like a steel cast. Even if he was alone, Calamity Luck Altar could not lift its head. Boom boom boom. Every time Duke Long made a move, it was accompanied by a violent explosion. It was just a transformation path killer move, but it made Calamity Luck Altar unable to move an inch. It was not easy to move forward 10 steps, but it was often beaten back 9 steps by Duke Long. Flesh Whip Immortal swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looking up at Duke Long's heroic fighting posture, envious in her heart. When could she have such a powerful strength? Light flickered around her, and light blue flowing water wrapped around her body, washing the heterogeneous Dao marks on her wounds. This was a healing formation specially arranged by the Celestial Court, which greatly improved the efficiency of healing. The Celestial Court's teleportation method can be used for both group teleportation and single-person round-trip. This is really troublesome. Fang Yuan's clone Fang Di Chang frowned deeply. Although he did not see the healing formation in the Celestial Court, he could imagine it even if he used his brain. The key was that with such a method, the Celestial Court could retreat quickly. It was almost an extravagant hope for Western Desert's side to kill the Celestial Court's GU immortals. They had to kill them in one blow, not giving the Celestial Court a chance to teleport and heal. But it was easier said than done to kill these rank 8 powerhouses in one blow. Not just Fang Di Chang, most of the GU immortals realized this. Western Desert's morale started to plummet. Fang Di Chang gritted his teeth. "This won't do." Immediately, he activated Divine Bin Palace and charged to the front line. "Everyone, let me do it." The Western Desert Immortals were energized. They quickly made way and looked at Divine Bin Palace with expectant gazes. The Celestial Court's GU Immortals saw an immortal GU house towering like a mountain, grand and imposing, rumbling as it charged over. Their hearts jumped fiercely. The same phrase flashed in the Immortals' minds, Divine Bin Palace. Immortal killer move, Myriad Life Spring Lightning. Divine Bin Palace shook fiercely, countless lightning coiled around the palace like snakes and dragons. The lightning condensed and quickly formed jade-green lightning balls that bombarded the surroundings of the palace. Rumble, the Celestial Court's GU immortals frantically dodged, not daring to face it head-on. Even the transformation path Zhongfei Xiong had returned to his human form, flying around in a sorry state. Myriad Life Spring Lightning had life in death and death in life. It was a combination of destruction and rebirth. After the explosions, Dao marks were carved on the battlefield, creating a favorable environment for oneself. How can we fight this? It was the Celestial Court's GU immortals' turn to feel helpless. It is an immortal GU house created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable after all. Sigh. How did it end up in the hands of Western Desert's GU immortals? The Celestial Court's GU immortals were furious and helpless. They wanted to retreat. A white and fat Celestial Court GU immortal was Zhao Shan He. He was looking at Yu Zhuzi. Yu Zhuzi nodded at him. The two suddenly gathered together. At the same time, the other Celestial Court's GU immortals surrounded the two of them, defending and coordinating with them. Zhao Shan, he was a Food Path GU immortal. Yu Zhuzi was an Earth Path GU immortal. The two of them used a move at the same time, sitting and eating the mountain empty. The killer move engulfed the whole battlefield. None of Western Desert's immortal GU houses could avoid it. After using this move, pillars of starlight descended from the sky, vanishing in a flash. At the next moment, all of the Celestial Court's rank 8s retreated from the battlefield. Only Western Desert's immortal GU houses were left in the chaotic battlefield. Although the Western Desert GU immortals repelled Celestial Court, their expressions were unsightly. Because they found that the auras of many GU worms in the immortal GU houses were weakening rapidly, they fell into the abyss and died one after another. Not only that, the GU immortals in the immortal GU houses were also affected. Many of their immortal essence started to dissipate. This was caused by that move just now. What killer move was it? Not only the immortal GU houses were affected, even the GU immortals inside were not spared. It should be the profundity of Food Path. Because of this, our immortal GU houses are hard to defend against. The Western Desert GU immortals discussed and soon guessed most of it. Food Path had been lost for a long time. Western Desert's Righteous Path had very few Food Path GU immortals. Their defense in this aspect was much weaker. It was a shortcoming. Most importantly, Celestial Court's Zhao Shan, he was clearly an expert in this aspect. This won't do. Celestial Court fights and retreats. Every time they create a chance for Zhao Shan he and Yu Zhuzi to use their killer moves, they can continue to bleed us and consume our strength. Everyone. We must hurry and rush to Emperor City as soon as possible, forcing Celestial Court's GU immortals to fight to the death with us. They won't retreat so easily. Fang Di Chang analyzed and encouraged them. The Western Desert GU immortals expressed their agreement. In a short period of time, they had no way to break Celestial Court's teleportation killer move. They could only use this method to restrain Celestial Court. Zhao Shan he and the others returned to Celestial Court again. The injured went to the healing formation to recover, while the rest were resting and at the same time communicating with each other on how to cooperate better. After a fierce battle with Western Desert's immortal GU houses, these GU immortals had no losses. Flesh Whip Immortal, who was the most heavily injured, had almost recovered and was full of vigor again. Different from the previous life, because these GU immortals woke up in advance, they not only had comprehensive immortal GU, but also had a certain degree of cooperation with each other. Immortal GU houses are hard to deal with. Among them, Divine Bean Palace is the toughest. What are you worried about? In a few more rounds, Western Desert side will collapse. They won't be able to reach Emperor City. Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor have not made a move. Quickly make a move, we can't wait anymore. The GU immortals were all experts. They were famous for a period of time. They were extremely confident and full of fighting spirit. In fact, the cause of this situation was Fang Yuan's fault. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he won repeatedly and defeated Celestial Court, which made the will of the stars feel an intense crisis, so many GU immortals woke up in advance. Chapter 1939. Quickly stop him. Fang Di Chang shouted. Western Desert's immortal GU houses charged towards Zhao Shan he and Yu Zhuzi with all their strength. But in front of them, Celestial Court's GU immortals were already guarding them. Roar. Zhong Fei Xiong turned into a giant and blocked an immortal GU house without any regard for his own safety. Crack crack crack. Flesh Whip Immortal turned into an immemorial walking meat tree and waved its branches crazily, causing the immortal GU houses to spin around chaotically. Bam bam bam, all sorts of immortal killer moves erupted like fireworks. They were incomparably dazzling and powerful. These were the rank 8 killer moves of Celestial Court's GU immortals. Western Desert's immortal GU houses were severely obstructed. They could not help but hesitate. Using this time, Zhao Shan he and Yu Zhuzi finished preparing and used the immortal killer move sitting eating mountain empty again. Western Desert's GU immortals were hit again, They watched helplessly as the starlight pillar shot down and took away the central continent Gu immortals. At the next moment, they returned to Celestial Court. The Gu immortals healed their injuries as they conversed enthusiastically. Using sitting eating mountain empty is getting harder and harder. The other party is an elite of a region, they cannot be underestimated. Even a fool will become smarter after suffering many losses. But their strength has also been greatly weakened, they might not be able to hold on after 2 more times. The Gu immortals were full of morale, they became more spirited as they fought. Goo! Right at this time, Qin Song's expression turned pale as he vomited a small mouthful of blood. His blood was yellowish-brown in color, there were countless worms jumping around in the blood. Senior Qin, you are injured. Zhu Xiongxin, who was standing beside Qin Song, quickly asked in concern. Zhu Xiongxin wore a white robe, he had a strong body and a square face with thick eyebrows. In the previous life, he fought with Fang Yuan and had the fastest battlefield killer move in the world, Rumor Cage. He had once caused Fang Yuan to fall into a bitter battle. Eventually, Fang Yuan's schemes went deeper, he used defy's formation to trap and kill Zhu Xiongxin. But this time, Fang Yuan revived, Zhu Xiongxin also revived and was one of the Gu immortals of Celestial Court. Qin Song weakly shook his head. This is an old injury from adulthood. It's not something from the previous battle. Celestial Court's Gu immortals gathered around to check on Qin Song's condition, even Fairy Myrtle was attracted over. Qin Song was a key figure. The reason why Celestial Court could unleash such a powerful star-cast killer move was not only because of the formation and star constellation chessboard, but also because of Qin Song's strength. What Qin Song was most adept at was teleportation. In the previous life, he had brought the Celestial Court's Gu immortals on a long journey to Di Zongsheng battlefield. At that time, he did not have all his immortal Gu, and because he activated killer moves in a frenzy, death descended upon him. But in this life, he had woken up early, and the environment was much better. Not only did he obtain a comprehensive set of immortal Gu, he even enjoyed an advanced lifespan extension method. Qin Song's seniority was very high, and he slept very early. During the time he was asleep, the Celestial Court had made many new discoveries in the field of prolonging life. Times were always progressing. Qin Song's lifespan was thus extended to a certain extent, but the continuous battles made him repeatedly squeeze himself, his body's condition rapidly declined, and his lifespan was greatly reduced. According to your current body's condition, I'm afraid you can only use the movement killer move 4 times. If you exceed this number, your body and soul will collapse. Fairy Myrtle calculated for a while before speaking. 4 times. Qin Song smiled, coughing out a mouthful of yellow blood. His expression was indifferent. It is enough to defeat Western Desert, and there is still time to spare. I might be able to heavily injure Southern Border or Eastern Seas Gu immortals. As for after I die, I will have to rely on you all. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals were silent. Only Flesh Whip Immortal was carefree. Old Qin, don't worry, I am here. They were powerless against Qin Song's condition. The culprit behind all this was his old injury. This injury was brought out when he explored Reckless Savage's tomb. It could not be healed in the past, and it was still the same now. Fairy Myrtle, however, did not order the attack to continue, she pondered inwardly. Without Qin Song, Celestial Court did not have the ability to teleport. Relying on star constellation chessboard alone was too inefficient, it would also seriously affect her own scheming ability. Fairy Myrtle had experience in activating Starcast. This killer move consumed too much thought. If she activated this killer move, she would no longer have the energy to look after the overall situation. This was clearly not worth it for Celestial Court. It would be fine if it was just one battlefield, but Celestial Court had at least 3 battlefields. Moreover, Celestial Court's opponents were not only the elites of the 4 regions, there was also the demon Fang Yuan who had yet to make a move. In both the previous life and this life, as the leader and brains of Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had to look after the overall situation. It is a pity that there are no Wisdom Path Gu Immortals awakening in the Immortal Graveyard this time. Fang Yuan has not made a move yet, and Qi ancestor has not made a move either. If we expend Qin Song prematurely, it would be terrible if the situation changes in the future. Fairy Myrtle thought deeply. She was not willing to expend a crucial force like Qin Song prematurely. She had considered one point. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel and the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. He could quickly appear in any corner of central continent. Celestial Court preserved the method of large-scale starcast. It would be easy to deal with Fang Yuan in the future. Right now, there are 4 battlefields: Celestial Court, Hairyfoot Mountain, Emperor City, and Hidden Dragon Cave. Fairy Myrtle looked around as she analyzed. Among these 4 battlefields, Celestial Court's battlefield is the most important. Once we are broken through and Fate GU is destroyed by Longevity Heaven, all hope will be lost. Next is Hairyfoot Mountain. If Infallible Blessed Land is destroyed, we will not be able to refine enough success Dao marks. It will greatly affect our restoration of fate. But this is not something we cannot give up. Even if Infallible Blessed Land is destroyed and we do not have success Dao marks, Fate GU is still around. In the future, with new refinement path research results, we might be able to push forward the restoration of Fate GU. Next is Emperor City. Western Desert's GU Immortals are charging towards Emperor City with great momentum. But after our continuous attacks, they have lost their morale. Emperor City itself is heavily guarded. It is also protected by the human path methods left behind by Venerables. Even if it is destroyed and our elites are wiped out, it is not a problem. After 100 years, there will be even more outstanding talents emerging. Finally is Hidden Dragon Cave. Even though Eastern Sea has many rank 8 GU Immortals, they do not have enough killing intent. They only want to take advantage of others. They are not a threat. Just the formation and Old Man Beifeng cannot defend against them, but it is more than enough to stall for some time. During this period of time, we just need to reinforce them once to stabilize the situation there. A GU Immortal asked, "So, Fairy, you mean?" Fairy Myrtle looked at Calamity Luck Altar inside the Qi wall. "We will deal with Longevity Heaven first. Celestial Court is stable and Fate GU is preserved. No matter how bad the situation outside is, we will not lose." After pausing for a moment, she continued, "Other than that, we can preserve Senior Qin Song's life and prevent Fang Yuan and Qi ancestor from suddenly attacking." Good. These are the words of an experienced strategist. I do not feel at ease keeping Calamity Luck Altar in the headquarters. After all, they are Giant Sun's descendants. Who knows if they will cause trouble? We will listen to Fairy. Celestial Court's GU Immortals listened carefully and approved of this plan. Thus, the Immortals stopped using teleportation to attack. They entered the Qi wall and attacked Longevity Heaven's side ruthlessly. Celestial Court's Qi wall was left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. After so many years, other than the 3 paths created by the 3 Venerables, the rest of the Qi wall was still sturdy. More importantly, the Qi wall still had its own spirituality. To Celestial Court's GU Immortals, they could freely enter and exit the Qi wall. But to Longevity Heaven's side, it was a huge restriction. The Qi wall created a hemispherical battlefield. Celestial Court's GU Immortals attacked Calamity Luck Altar with their backs against the Qi wall. Once Calamity Luck Altar counterattacked, these GU Immortals would quickly retreat and enter the Qi wall, using the Qi wall to block Calamity Luck Altar's attacks. Because of this, Celestial Court's GU Immortals were able to display their full offensive power. Calamity Luck Altar's surface was covered in cracks. As a rank 8 Immortal GU house, Calamity Luck Altar's body was extremely sturdy. It was also created by Giant Sun Immortal. When it charged around, it had an obvious advantage. It was simply unreasonable. But from start to finish, it was blocked by a GU Immortal. This person was Duke Long. His body was expanding bit by bit. His face was like iron. His body was muscular. The purple-gold dragon scales on his body had shocking defensive power. Transformation path killer moves were unleashed as he willed it. Each move was domineering and fierce, firmly blocking Calamity Luck Altar. Be it Calamity Luck Altar or Celestial Court's GU Immortals killer moves, he did not move at all. He was like a giant pillar that supported the sky. All the rank 8 killer moves were nothing more than a light breeze. In the previous life, Duke Long fought with Eastern Sea's GU Immortals for Dragon Palace. Even though he succeeded, he was heavily injured. When the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention started, Duke Long was still injured. His battle strength was not as strong in the beginning. But in this life, because Fang Yuan plundered Dragon Palace in advance, Duke Long was in perfect condition. He could not advance an inch in Calamity Luck Altar. Duke Long is actually so strong. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was dark. Bull Demon, Flower Lady, and Five Elements Grandmaster were desperately repairing Calamity Luck Altar. We cannot go on like this. If we do not break through this obstacle, we will not be able to get close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Maro Li Chiu shrunk its body, sprawling on the ground as it complained in dissatisfaction. Bing Sai Chuan struggled for a while before sighing, "There is no other way, use Call of the Ancient." Calamity Luck Altar suddenly stopped moving. It suddenly exploded with a golden halo. The halo was dazzling, even Duke Long had to squint his eyes. Swish swish swish, the sound of surging waves resounded in the battlefield. Next, the phantom of the majestic river of time appeared in the sky above Calamity Luck Altar. This is... Duke Long's heart shook. Next, under the shocked gazes of the Celestial Court GU Immortals, Northern Plains GU Immortals walked out of the river of time. "Come, take a thunderbolt from me." The tall Nu Bao Xiong laughed wildly. "To think that I could use this move to come to the future and participate in this battle, I am truly fortunate." Hei Fan smiled lightly. "Wow. This is such a huge scene, oh heavens, I better hide." Liu 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 had a white face. He had a crafty expression as his figure vanished. Chapter 1940. What's going on? These are the famous experts of Northern Plains in history. They were actually summoned here. The Celestial Court GU Immortals were all surprised. Duke Long said solemnly, "Everyone, pay attention. This is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's Time Path Killer move, Call of the Ancient. It can summon GU Immortals closely related to you from the upper part of the River of Time to fight for you. This is interesting." Flesh Whip Immortal licked her lips. Her battle intent surged as she shouted and rushed forward. "Let me." Zhongfei Xiong turned into a giant and collided with Flesh Whip Immortal towards Calamity Luck Altar. But at this moment, Calamity Luck Altar was guarded. Nu Bao Xiong roared and used an immortal killer move. Lightning balls flew everywhere and exploded fiercely. For a moment, Flesh Whip Immortal and Zhongfei Xiong were blocked by the lightning and their offensive was thwarted. Zhu Que shouted and activated a movement killer move. She drew a beautiful red rainbow in the air and went around to the back of Calamity Luck Altar. "Don't even think about succeeding." A male immortal walked down from the phantom river of time and blocked Zhu Que. His face was like jade, he was elegant and had a smiling gaze. It was Dong Fangyu. Boom boom boom. Zhu Que and Dong Fangyu fought fiercely. Immortal killer move, sitting and eating the mountain empty. Far away, Zhao Shan He and Yu Zhuzi joined hands again and successfully used their killer move. The killer move was not very effective on Calamity Luck Altar. Calamity Luck Altar was indeed created by Giant Sun Immortal. Its defense in the food path was also quite strong. Yi Qiaozi's killer move followed. Wooden stakes appeared out of thin air and formed a circle, trapping Calamity Luck Altar. Yi Qiaozi shouted again. Countless green vines grew from the wooden stakes and coiled around Calamity Luck Altar, spreading upwards in an attempt to touch the phantom river of time. It is useless. This phantom river of time cannot be attacked. Only by destroying the foundation of Calamity Luck Altar can this move be stopped. Duke Long was about to make a move. Another Celestial Court GU Immortal suddenly teleported to the phantom river of time. This GU Immortal had the appearance of a boy with shiny black hair and a small tuft of sharp hair on the top of his head. It was Whirling Boy. The boy's aura surged out violently, forming a huge hole above his head. The hole emitted a terrifying suction force, constantly rotating and strangling anything that came in. However, the illusion of the river of time remained unmoved and unaffected. The other Northern Plains GU immortal who had just walked out was sucked into the hole before he could react. Hee, I've finally gained something. The boy of whirling space laughed and increased his grinding speed. The one trapped inside was an expert of the 22 family, Farmer 22. He looked like an old farmer. His trousers were rolled up, his hands and feet were stained with mud, his back was bent, and his face was filled with deep wrinkles. Now that he was trapped, he sighed. Aya, I'm going to die as soon as I get out. Is it worth it? Among all the Northern Plains GU immortals, I am the worst at fighting. Whirling Boy's little face puffed up as he tried his best to grind and kill the 22nd farmer. Farmer 22 was protected by a faint yellow halo. Even though this halo was thin, it was very sturdy, firmly resisting the frenzied grinding of the rotating hole. Another GU immortal walked out of the illusion of the river of time. Seeing that Farmer 22 was trapped, he wanted to save him. But Celestial Court's GU immortal Ju Xiong Xin arrived in time and blocked this person. Yelu Ku also walked out. His skin was dark and his gaze was like a hawk's. He looked around the battlefield and immediately found the weakest GU immortal in Celestial Court, Qin Song. Qin Song's weak state could not be concealed. Yelu Ku smiled coldly as he charged towards Qin Song. Your opponent is me. A flirtatious female immortal blocked Yelu Ku's path. Yelu Ku looked at the female immortal, feeling a threat to his life. Who are you? The female immortal smiled charmingly, but her words were filled with killing intent. The person who will kill you, WNZ Hong. The two fought, golden light shot out and flower petals flew. Figures were either flying in the air or fighting on the ground. Explosions continued to resound, sparks flew everywhere and intense light flashed. Northern Plains historical GU immortal experts fought against Celestial Court's members. Rumble. Zhongfei Xiong's flesh was lacerated by Nu Bao Xiong's attacks. Crack crack crack. Flesh Whip immortal whipped Yuan Ben fiercely. Yuan Ben's white bone heavy armor was already broken, he was forced to retreat. Farmer 22 was still resisting, but Whirling Boy gritted his teeth, refusing to give up. Around the two who were in a deadlock, several GU immortals were also fighting. The GU immortals started to get injured. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Even after using Call of the Ancient, I am still at a disadvantage. Bing Sai Chuan gritted his teeth, his heart was getting heavier. The trump card he was hoping for did not allow him to turn the situation around, it only saved him from defeat and kept the situation in a deadlock. In the previous life, Celestial Court's GU immortals woke up in a hurry from the immortal graveyard. Despite Fairy Myrtle's urgent deployment of immortal GU, their battle strength was still lacking. But this life was different. These Celestial Court's GU immortals had very good battle strength and condition. They could fight evenly with Northern Plains experts and even suppress them. After all, Celestial Court's GU immortals had a lot of cooperation. While Northern Plains historical experts had just been summoned, they would at most hear about each other. How could they have the chance to fight side by side? This cannot go on. The longer this Call of the Ancient lasts, the more experts it will summon to fight. Fairy Myrtle frowned. She was worried but also glad. Thankfully, she wanted to deal with Longevity Heaven first. This killer move was really troublesome. If they used Starcast too many times, they would lose Qin Song and the Celestial Court's members would be scattered outside. Longevity Heaven might succeed and charge out of the Qi Wall. After all, there were not many GU immortals left in Celestial Court. Yuan Xiongdu and the rest had to control the refinement path battle formation. The true main force to stop Calamity Luck Altar was only Duke Long. Duke Long stared at the phantom river of time for a long while before retracting his gaze. He sighed internally. He still could not break this killer move. It was like the support of the future killer move that he had used against Red Lotus Demon Venerable. If I cannot break it directly, I can only destroy Calamity Luck Altar. Thinking of this, Duke Long slowly clenched his fists as he walked into the battlefield. Yi Xiaozi suddenly spat out blood. The backlash of the killer move caused him to be heavily injured. He had been cooperating with Duke Long's investigation, trying his best to restrain Calamity Luck Altar. But how could a rank 8 immortal GU house be so easily restrained? Yi Xiaozi had no choice but to retreat into the qi wall, while Calamity Luck Altar became restless, wanting to break through the qi wall. Duke Long silently walked towards Calamity Luck Altar. "Everyone, stop this person," Bing Sai Chuan ordered coldly. He was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal, and most of Northern Plains experts were Giant Sun Immortal's descendants. They naturally listened to him. Nu Bao Xiong was the first to attack. Hundreds of lightning balls smashed towards Duke Long. Boom boom boom. A series of deafening explosions occurred. Smoke and dust rose as Nu Bao Xiong laughed maniacally. "Have you tasted my power? Ha ha ha, ooh." A figure gradually walked out of the smoke and dust. Duke Long had an indifferent expression. His body was straight like a spear. His purple-gold dragon scales were still shining brightly. Only a trace of dust was left on them. Nu Bao Xiong was furious. He stared with wide eyes as his aura surged. "Take this." He raised his hands above his head. Countless lightning bolts gathered into a huge dark blue lightning ball. The surface of the lightning ball was covered in lightning. It was pitch black inside. Nu Bao Xiong threw it towards Duke Long like a meteor. Duke Long finally shifted his gaze, but he only took a glance at the lightning ball. He waved his hand. Rumble. Air currents surged and formed into a giant hand. With a slap from the back of the hand, the lightning ball was sent flying away easily. Nu Bao Xiong's powerful killer move was broken by Duke Long just like that. At the next moment, Yu Yangzi, Liu Hui, and Liu 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 attacked one after another. Duke Long charged towards Calamity Luck Altar without even looking. As long as Calamity Luck Altar was destroyed, Call of the Ancient would definitely break apart. Boom. Calamity Luck Altar was smashed to the ground by Duke Long's punch, sinking into the ground. A fist pit appeared on the surface of the immortal GU house. A large number of GU worms died. Even the immortal GU were damaged. The killer moves of the Northern Plains experts engulfed Duke Long like a torrential storm. But even after the continuous attacks, Duke Long was still standing. There was only a layer of soot on his face. "How can this be? How can this person be so strong? He is Duke Long, Red Lotus Demon Venerable's master." Someone recognized Duke Long's identity. The Northern Plains GU immortals gasped in shock. This was an old monster, but at the next moment, the morale of the Northern Plains people surged again. They had brave natures. The stronger Duke Long was, the more excited they were. "Kill, kill, kill. Behead this old thing. Protect Calamity Luck Altar and charge out of the Qi Wall." The Northern Plains GU immortals roared as they attacked without any regard for their lives. These Northern Plains lunatics. HMPH, brute force. The Celestial Court's immortals could only retreat and avoid the attacks. Facing the desperate attacks of the Northern Plains GU immortals, Duke Long could not ignore them anymore. He snorted lightly, "Annoying vermin." The moment he said that, the aura around him changed. Qi currents surged and spread in all directions. While Duke Long's body was like a mountain, his aura rose rapidly. The killer move was prepared in an instant. Duke Long waved his hand. Whoosh. The air was forcefully pushed away as 5 grand Qi waves swept forward. Wherever they went, the dazzling killer moves of the Northern Plains experts crumbled one after another. They could not stop the Qi waves. It was the immortal killer move, Qi Current Scissors. Duke Long pointed at the sky. Immortal killer move, Qi Breath Mountain. Rumble. A translucent mountain made of air currents suddenly formed, as if the sky was falling, and quickly came crashing down. The Northern Plains GU immortals escaped in panic. Some of them could not dodge in time and were smashed into Calamity Luck Altar by the pressure of Qi Breath Mountain, turning into meat paste on the spot. The entire Qi Current Mountain pressed down on Calamity Luck Altar. The ground was shaking intensely. Calamity Luck Altar had been restless, but now, it could not move. Duke Long used 2 moves. The effect was immediate. He suppressed the entire battle. Bing Sai Chuan's expression was ashen. His heart sank to rock bottom. He realized that they could not break the Qi wall with their own strength. Ignoring the other GU immortals, just Duke Long alone was an insurmountable obstacle. Bing Sai Chuan had other trump cards. In the previous life, he had asked Limitless to turn around and restrain Duke Long. The latter could not move and had to leave the battlefield for a while. But in this life, Calamity Luck Altar was too far away from Imperfection Regret Pavilion. This method could not be used. In the previous life, Calamity Luck Altar had to charge to Central Great Hall before Limitless could turn around. Chapter 1941. Giant Sun Immortal had once told Bing Sichuan clearly, if the plan to attack Celestial Court failed, Longevity Heaven would have no hope of obtaining Fate GU. They had to ask for reinforcements from the crucial person. Then who is the crucial person? Bing Sichuan asked this question on the spot. Giant Sun Immortal answered him, whoever destroyed 88-point Shenyang Tower is the crucial person. By then, you will know. Longevity Heaven's original plan was to refine Fate GU. They needed to snatch Fate GU. But different from the previous life, Bing Sichuan encountered a huge setback this time. Without a choice, he could only ask for help from Fang Yuan. After receiving Bing Sichuan's letter, Fang Yuan was already in Central Continent, hiding in Defy formation. This formation was created by Shadow Sect. It was left for Defy to use as their base. But after the heaven-defying GU refinement on Yitian Mountain, Shadow Sect vanished. Defy was also saved by Fairy Ziwei and uprooted. This formation was left empty. In the previous life, Fang Yuan used this formation to trap Zhu Xiongxin. But now, the situation was different. Fang Yuan retreated early. To guard against people's accusation, he did not fight with Zhu Xiongxin. As a result, Zhu Xiongxin survived and became one of the main forces of Celestial Court. Defy's formation was also preserved. To think that Longevity Heaven would encounter such trouble. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he thought rapidly. He did not know about the situation in Celestial Court. Bing Sichuan's letter had already described their predicament. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan soon found out that the key to Longevity Heaven's setback was that the moment they entered, they were teleported into the Qi Wall. It should be because of Qin Dingling. In this life, with a luck path GU immortal like her, Celestial Court broke through Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements and even ambushed Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan understood. This is a new change. There is also Call of the Ancient Killer move. It turns out that once Calamity Luck Altar is activated, it can be teleported immediately. In the previous life, Bing Sichuan used this to trick Duke Long. Before obtaining this information, Fang Yuan had been thinking about Celestial Court's method of large-scale starcast, trying to find a way to break it. The more important Fairy Myrtle was, the more she wanted to preserve this method, the more Fang Yuan wanted to destroy it. By now, Fang Yuan had already deduced that this formation was in Heavenly Court. The core was Star Constellation Chessboard, and there were countless stars scattered in White Heaven. By now, Fang Yuan had already deduced that this formation was inside Celestial Court. The core was Star Constellation Chessboard, and there were countless stars scattered in White Heaven. The formation's power would be projected onto these stars, using them as a medium to create a large-scale starcast tactic. In the previous life, Qin Song's appearance was very short. He died after escorting Heavenly Court's GU Immortals to Hidden Dragon Cave. In the previous life, Qin Song's appearance was very short. He died after escorting the Celestial Court GU Immortals to Hidden Dragon Cave. Without this crucial clue, Fang Yuan's deductions encountered a bottleneck. But now, he had already realized something. According to Bing Sichuan's information, even though Fairy Myrtle did not participate in the attack, she also appeared outside the Qi Wall to observe the situation. This is a bit strange. Such a large-scale starcast should have used up all her energy, but she is still able to do it with ease. Someone is helping her. Who is it? Who is the other Wisdom Path great expert? Or is it the cooperation of others that allowed the large-scale starcast tactic to succeed? Fang Yuan quickly cut off this train of thought. Now was not the time to think about this. He had to make a decision quickly. As a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, the current Fang Yuan was like a chess player playing against Fairy Myrtle. Both sides had their own chess pieces. Fairy Myrtle clearly had the upper hand, not only in her Wisdom Path attainment, but also the unity of Celestial Court, or the current situation. She had a clear advantage. Fang Yuan seemed to have a huge amount of manpower, but they were all fighting for themselves. He could only influence the people of the 4 regions and add fuel to the fire. Even though he had many subordinates, far more than in the previous life, there were few who could reach this level. Fang Yuan considered the entire central continent battle situation. Infallible blessed land battlefield, southern borders GU immortals fought and broke the formation, but the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was least afraid of this. The subformations were endless. Hidden Dragon Cave battlefield, Eastern Seas GU immortals were trapped in the formation, trying to break it. However, Old Man Bay foam could hold on for some time. As for Emperor City battlefield, Western Deserts GU immortals were still on the way, their morale was low. Celestial Court battlefield, Longevity Heaven was at a complete disadvantage. Ever since Celestial Court schemed against them, they had lost the initiative. Of the 4 main battlefields, the most important one is Celestial Court battlefield. Fate GU is in Celestial Court. To win this battle, we need to destroy Fate GU. Fang Yuan thought, just like Fairy Myrtle's analysis, both sides knew where the most important place was. In that case, Celestial Court battlefield cannot be lost. Longevity Heaven's performance is too disappointing. I was hoping that they could block some of the attacks and trigger Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's painting path method for me. Fang Yuan knew that he had to reinforce Bing Sai Chuan. Even though Bing Sai Chuan had his own benefits, he had deceived him and ignored him in the previous life, he would do the same in this life. For the sake of the big picture, Fang Yuan had to reinforce him. Celestial Court battlefield. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Dragon Fist. Punches after punches caused Calamity Luck Altar to shake intensely. The fist force caused countless GU worms to die instantly. Inside Calamity Luck Altar, Maro Li Chiu shouted, "Let me out. Let me restrain him." Bing Sai Chuan had a cold expression as he shook his head. "No, you are not his match. You will be courting death if you go. You are different from them. The GU immortals of Celestial Court will target you." Duke Long ignored the generations of Northern Plains experts, only the other Celestial Court GU immortals resisted them. The people of Celestial Court were clear that only by destroying Calamity Luck Altar could they stop this call of the ancient killer move. But once Maro Li Chiu joined the battle, it would be different. This was a general of Longevity Heaven. It had the strength to fight. Killing Maro Li Chiu would weaken Longevity Heaven. Why not? Immortal killer move, world-shaking dragon hammer, Duke Long shouted as he raised his fists above his head, before slamming them down like a hammer. Calamity Luck Altar's surface exploded, countless GU worms were destroyed, fragments flew everywhere. A small hole appeared on Calamity Luck Altar. Even though it was only the size of a finger, it could penetrate both inside and out. Duke Long shouted, "Longevity Heaven, only death awaits you." This result was decided the moment you wanted to attack Celestial Court. The GU immortals of Celestial Court cheered, their morale rose to the peak. Duke Long's might has reached such a level. Bing Sai Chuan sighed, even he felt a sense of helplessness. Why is Fang Yuan not here to reinforce us? 5 Elements Grandmaster shouted, showing a trace of anxiety on his face. According to what I know, Fang Yuan is only rank 7, even if he loses to Celestial Court, he is only using the River of Time. If he comes to reinforce us, can he really change the situation? Even if he takes out Myriad Year Flying Warship, the other side has Duke Longbull Demon's voice buzzed, expressing his doubt. Indeed, from the current situation, just 2 rank 8 immortal GU houses could not resist Duke Long. Duke Long's battle strength was too shocking, and what was even more unbelievable was that after a while, Duke Long was getting stronger. This was simply illogical. Maro Li Chiu snorted coldly. That lad took away Reverse Flow River in front of me. At least with that killer move of his, even if he is only rank 7, he can resist Duke Long and share some of our pressure. Fang Yuan will definitely reinforce us. Bing Sai Chuan smiled. I don't know much about him, but I believe in Lord Giant Sun Immortal. The moment he said that, the GU immortals of Celestial Court started to retreat. With the Qi Wall as their support, they retreated smoothly. Soon, only Duke Long was left in the battlefield. Fairy Myrtle made urgent arrangements, frowning deeply. Quick, we need to reinforce them. Infallible Blessed Land battlefield, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation is about to collapse. Hidden Dragon Caves formation is also facing destruction. Ju Xiong-shin and the rest were shocked. Someone asked, "How did the situation turn for the worse?" Fairy Myrtle said solemnly, "Fang Yuan made a move." Oh! Even so, the continuous unceasing formation should not have collapsed so quickly. He showed up personally. Let's kill him. Let's get rid of this disaster for the world. The GU immortals of Celestial Court were excited. Earlier, Fang Yuan had repeatedly lost to Celestial Court. Many GU immortals were furious. Fang Yuan used the initiative to expand his advantage in the River of Time. After Celestial Court lost the initiative, they fell to the Stone Lotus Island. They were at a huge disadvantage. Now that the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was held, Fang Yuan had to attack. The battlefield was in Central Continent. The GU immortals of Celestial Court wanted to see how much advantage Fang Yuan could make. But Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Fang Yuan did not show up. I'm afraid he only sent his subordinates. The GU immortals of Celestial Court were stunned. Just his subordinates could cause 2 immortal formations to collapse. Fairy Myrtle explained, in Hidden Dragon Cave, immortal GU House Dragon Palace appeared. The other party used a large number of dream realms to corrode the formation. The immortals realized, they knew about Fang Yuan's dream realm methods. They had already expected this. Dream Path was ahead of the current generation. It was natural for the formation to be broken. But we are inside the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Feng Kim Hoang is guarding it. Even though she is only a rank 5 GU master, she can use the power of the immortal formation to use Dream Path killer moves to shatter dream realms and turn them into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Ju Xiong-shin expressed his doubts. Fairy Myrtle said in a complex tone, that is because the method to break the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation was not Dream Path methods, but Rule Path. Rule Path. The GU immortals of Celestial Court gasped in shock again. Rule Path. In Infallible Blessed Land's battlefield, the Southern Alliance immortals looked at the formation in front of them with shock. They had broken several formations, but they learned from Fang Yuan that this was the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Just as they were feeling frustrated, the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation suddenly disintegrated on its own. After leaving the formation, the Southern Alliance immortals saw a formation floating in the sky, emitting 5-colored smoke. This smoke infiltrated the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, forcing the Celestial Court GU immortals to disassemble the subformations themselves. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.